Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you all at the ICC auditorium today for the annual Calcutta Dialogue 2022. Thank you for joining us. The Indian Chamber of Commerce, along with Ceners-K, an independent thinking body of researchers interested in the study of turbulence, development, peace, and security in the Eastern Hemisphere, are jointly organizing this dialogue with three topics of discussion today. The topics are India's geopolitical scenario, India's pitch for Atma Nirbhar Bharat, sectoral articulation and inclusive growth, changes in India's external trading environment, and bridging the current account deficit. We all look forward to an interesting session throughout the first half of the day. May I start this interesting dialogue with lamp lighting? Towards the same, may I call upon ACM retired Arupraha President Ceners-K to please come up for lamp lighting. The lamp is placed on the left side of the hall, beside the stage. Professor Shoikat Moitra, Vice Chancellor, Macaut, and member ICC National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training. Dr. Shuman K. Mukherjee, Vice President, Ceners-K. Please come up for lamp lighting. May I also request the other speakers present here, Mr. Harshvardhan Poddar, all the physical speakers present here, Lieutenant General J.R. Mukherjee, Mr. Abhijit Bhattacharya, Professor Dr. Anindajyoti Majumdar. Dr. Ajay Dua is, I think, virtually addressing us. Dr. Shuman K. Mukherjee, Dr. S.K. Mukherjee, Major General Arun Roy, Professor Dr. Rohat Mehkani, Mr. Harshvi Poddar, and Brigadier Niladri Mukherjee. Please assist in lamp lighting. Please join them. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Thank you so much for lighting the lamp and starting the dialogue. May I request our opening session speakers to please come up on stage. May I request ACM retired Arupraha to please, President Ceners-K, to please come up on the dais for his opening remarks. May I request Professor Shoikat Moitra, Vice Chancellor, Macaut, and member of ICC's National Expert Committee on Higher Education and Training, to please come up on the dais for welcome address. May I request Dr. Shuman K. Mukherjee, Vice President, Industry, Ceners-K, to please come up on the dais to give the concept note. Thank you so much. We are officially starting the session now. May I request ACM retired Arupraha, President Ceners-K, to please give the opening remarks. As per your convenience, both are okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me convey my special greetings, very warm and hearty welcome to all the distinguished speakers and panelists over the day, the esteemed members of Indian Chamber of Commerce and the Calcutta-based strategic think tank, Ceners-K, and the eminent audience, both online and offline, to this Calcutta Dialogue 2022. You all know that Ceners-K stands for Research Center for Eastern and Northeastern Regional Studies, Kolkata. And is common knowledge. Most of the think tanks in India, most of them are based in Delhi, and their views, their studies, their reports and recommendations are, they espouse actually Delhi-centric views. So in 2007, several very eminent senior veteran personnel officers from various, services, the armed forces, the IAS, IPS, the academia, professors, industrialists, business houses, and other professionals got together to set up or establish the Ceners-K to overcome the deficiency of Delhi-centric approach to all the strategic problems of the nation. So aim and the objective was to carry out serious research, studies, as also hold seminars and webinars, not only in Kolkata and Guwahati, but in all the state capitals of the northeastern region, involving the governments, the professionals, academia, administration, and local business people and commercial houses to actually study and deliberate on issues relevant to eastern and northeastern region, which are strategic in nature as far as the country is concerned. And these reports were then sent to the central government agencies and the state government in the northeastern region for action as deemed fit. And Ceners-K has been recognized by Niti Aayog, Net Assessment of Central Government, MEA, and many other international think tanks. And they always seek us out for discussions and participation on various issues, especially concerning northeastern region. And Ceners-K also publishes a journal, the Calcutta Journal of Global Affairs, which is published once in 4 months, 3 such issues, editions every year. And these are very well received journal all across the world. The Calcutta Dialogue is, of course, a very, very special annual event, which is held by Ceners-K. And in the recent past, for the last 4 years, Indian Chamber of Commerce has been participating alongside Ceners-K to conduct the seminar, webinar, very successfully. So far, the concentration of this Calcutta Dialogue has been China-related, China-centric, Indo-China relations in all its facets, be it strategic, military, trade, commerce, finance, various other areas. But this time, the subject is more wide, not absolutely China-centric, but more broad-based. It is the 3 sessions that was spoken about in the introductory talk is going to deal with the way forward for India in the current turmoil that is going on in the international order for India to become Atma Nirbhar. So today's sessions, there will be 3 of them. Each session will be 1 hour, 3 speakers who will be speaking for about 15 minutes each, followed by a question answer session for 15 minutes. Each session will have a moderator. In the first session, which is on India's geopolitical scenario, the speakers are General Johnny Ranjan Mukherjee, a very senior veteran general of the Indian Army, who actually retired almost a decade back as the Chief of Staff of the Eastern Army, that is Fort Williams, Eastern Command of the Army. And he also has the record of being the longest serving corps commander of the very important Srinagar-based 15 Corps, especially during the turmoil that was happening in the 90s. We also have Sri Avijit Bhattacharjee, a former IRS officer, an advocate in Supreme Court and High Court. He's a China specialist and he is a columnist. He writes very strongly about China. He has very strong feelings and he always speaks from his heart. And in fact, he is a person with solid backbone or a spine. In fact, the spine is so straight that it's got fossilized. And if you try and bend it, it will break, but it will never bend. We also have Professor Majumdar of Jadavpur University, who will be the third speaker, and the moderator is going to be Harsh Poddar, a very young financier and a commercial house, a very erudite, a business person who has a lot of knowledge about doing business with China. So he will be the moderator. Second session, of course, is on self-reliance or Atma Nirbharta, which also includes inclusive growth aspects of our Indian economy. The speakers are going to be Dr. Dua, who is the former Secretary of Ministry of Commerce and Industry. He will be speaking online. We'll have also I'll be speaking in the same session, the second session, and Professor S.K. Mukherjee, who is an eminent educationist in Kolkata, and also famous debater on TV and an economist. We'll have, of course, Professor Majumdar as the moderator. The third session and the final session will be on changes in India's external trading environment, basically economics, and bridging the current account deficit. General Arun Roy will be one of the speakers. He was the defense attaché in Washington when the Kargil war took place. We'll have Harsh Poddar as the second speaker and Professor Rohit Mehtani of IIFT Delhi, the third speaker. And at the end, for closing session, Brigadier Mukherjee, who is the secretary of the Ceners-K and a very hardworking person, he will deliver the closing address and the vote of thanks. And I must thank Professor S.K. Mukherjee, who is the driving force behind this seminar today, the Calcutta Dialogue 2022, and Brigadier Mukherjee for their tireless effort, along with the ICC members, to organize this event. And I'm sure the seminar will be very useful to all of us, especially the policymakers. We'll make out a report and recommendations and forward it to all the relevant agencies in the central government as well as state governments in the eastern region. I'll now invite Professor Shoikat Moitra, VC McCord, to address the seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raha. Good morning. It is my pleasure and honor to welcome you all here today. On behalf of the Indian Chamber of Commerce, I would like to express my great pleasure in welcoming our guest, ACM Anup Raha, retired President Ceners-K, and Dr. Suman K. Mukherjee, Vice President Industry of Ceners-K. My heartfelt thanks go to all the esteemed members of Ceners-K, along with the other eminent panelists present here today. Today's world is in a state of flux. We are neither in a bipolar nor in a multipolar Cold War, while we are moving toward a world with multiple power centers. We live in a world where there are no rules. In management jargon, sometimes it is described as VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. The lack of a coordinated worldwide reaction to the COVID-19 outbreak demonstrates a lack of international order and multilateral institutional ineffectiveness. Likewise, the international response to climate change and other translational challenges has been ineffectual. Uncertainty and a shifting geopolitical environment definitely present significant problems for Indian policy, but they also present opportunities and possibilities for us to improve our strategic alternatives and diplomatic space by adjusting our policies, both internally and externally, notably in the subcontinent. India's foreign policy, like that of any other country, is to expand its sphere of influence, strengthen its role across nation, and make its presence felt in an emerging force. In order to achieve foreign policy goals, the year 2022 brings a number of obstacles and opportunities. New situations necessitates new ways of thinking. India is trying to adopt deliberate moves in light of the changing dynamics of the current global order. India would also have to keep working to improve its competitiveness and convenience of doing business. The government will also need to increase its infrastructure initiatives, not just in terms of roads and bridges, but also in terms of health and education, digital facilities. Equally important is ensuring that India's demographic advantage pays off, with millions of young people joining the workforce each year, finding meaningful jobs. India should take a number of steps to ensure that its role and influence in the world continue to benefit the country's transition. Economic strategy must match political and strategic engagement. The globalization of India has assisted its progress. To summarize, self-strengthening is a must-have requirement, as is sustaining India's key international influence resources. We can't separate our domestic road from the external path that India needs to become a powerful, secure, and prosperous country. India may be the primary source of both prosperity and security in the subcontinent and the Indian Ocean region. India's diplomatic endeavor on the international stage are guided by the principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means the world is one family. This is the kind of story the world requires at this point in history. India's plea for a revived and reformed multilateralism is being heard by world leaders and policymakers. The Indian government has implemented important structural reforms in recent years to improve the economy's long-term prospects. The announcement of various projects like the Gati Shakti National Master Plan and the Atma for Bharat mission demonstrates the government's intention and desire to stimulate India's transformation. India has a rare opportunity to execute a variety of policy measures that would allow it to not only alleviate immediate public health challenges, but also position itself as a significant axis of power and influence in the post-COVID world, in the midst of the current turbulence and upheaval. India's efforts to assume new leadership roles and contribute to the world's transition to a better, brighter, and more sustainable future for all are supported by the World Economic Forum. Lastly, with these few words, I once again welcome all our eminent guests and speakers and look forward to fruitful deliberations and interaction on the annual Calcutta Dialogue 2022. Thank you.
May I request Dr. Shomon K. Mukherjee, Vice President Industry, Ceners-K, to kindly deliver the concept note of the event.
Good morning to all of you. It's in fact excellent that we have quite a crowd. I wasn't expecting such a large crowd on a weekday to engage with us in a dialogue. You know, there are two items I'd like to begin with. One is the difference between a kaleidoscope and a prism. Both have The prism is typically triangular in shape, which allows a ray of light passing through it to get refracted, and you see many hues and colors of the sun, which on a raindrop would perhaps throw up a rainbow. But the kaleidoscope is one where the mirrors are actually within the scope, facing one another. In other words, interacting with one another. And today's dialogue is actually taking into account whatever is happening on the geopolitical front, on the internal front, with our goals and ambitions, and on the external front, how does it place India on the global map? To start with, ASEAN countries was formed to mitigate the aggressive, belligerent attitude of China. We now see the aggressiveness being even more articulate in the South Sea area, in Indian Ocean area, and they've almost circumvented entire subcontinent of India. And there is panic on the doorstep. What is China doing all this about? We already know about the crisis, economic crisis Sri Lanka is facing. And where do we go from here? And as Alice was asked by the Cheshire Cat, where do we go from here? The answer was, where do you want to go? And I don't know was the reply. So the counter reply was, then it doesn't matter. So the dialogue today is, where do we want to go from here? And you're looking at the geopolitical scene, which is looking like the desert dunes and shifting sands, is changing almost every day. The Middle East crisis, the oil prices, the formation of the euro, the exit of Britain, which is called Brexit. You also had Grexit, the collapse of the Greece economy, when we were told that something like the Olympics would actually lift the nation up, and then the chaos that follows thereafter. The rise and the surge of petrol and diesel prices. How is it going to affect us? How is it going to affect the international scenario? And to top it all, you have the Ukrainian crisis, which is the granary for Russia, the feeder for wheat for major parts of the world. It has huge uranium deposits. And what does it mean to India and the subcontinent? So while all this is happening, it will certainly affect us, as it is indeed. It will certainly affect our global trade patterns, not to forget the trade balances. And while we are at it, not without reason, our government has said, let's do an inner search. Let's talk about Atma. Let's talk about self-reliance. It was always there, but we wanted to really spear it with what we call the LPG model, liberalization, privatization, globalization model. Is that now going to happen? Or are we going to get choked? Are we going to have regional biases, which are anyway forming? So when I look at that, what are the 5 pillars we are going to look at when we talk about the Nirbhar Bharat? The economy, of course, infrastructure. We are going to look at, apart from that, the demography. India takes a lot of pride in its demography. But going back to geopolitics, a large part of our people, the best actually, leave the country for the Western shores. The second rate, for want of opportunities, going to the European Union and perhaps the central part of Russia for education and hospital and health. Question arises, if you're going to be Atmanirbhar, can you take care of your own HR to develop them and retain them in their country? Otherwise, the migration is not just taking place within the nation from one state to another, but it's from one country to other countries. So what is going to be our strategy on handling the future of India? Human resources, systems, how far are we caught up with the systems? And I'm not just looking at the IT, but the interplay between the legislative, the executive, and the judiciary. And I'm sure my friend, Dr. Bhattacharya, would be speaking at length on that. The role of the three.
basic arms of governance, the ease of doing business, and of course, the question of creating effective demand. Such a large country, 1.4 billion, we are clearly now the largest populated economy, even bigger than China. Are we making that come to our advantage, or is it going to be a bane for our society? How are we going to use these resources? How are we going to create a package? And while this is happening, Oxfam and all reports on inequality show that the disparity is becoming increasingly high. The large benefits are actually accruing to only a few people. Every 2 minutes, India is producing a millionaire. At the same time, the average income of 25% in my own state is rupees 27 per day and less than $35 in a whole month. So when 70% of the people are below what we call living standards, this affluence will create a lot of disquiet. How do we tackle that? And if you say, let's provide for them, it's a kind of disguised unemployment. We are creating, instituting disguised unemployment. When you use something like Manrega, give money for 100 days, what we've ended up doing is perhaps instituting disguised unemployment. You're supposed to provide jobs for 365 days, 360 days, let's say 300 days, not 100 days. So do you give fishing rods or do you give fishes? A very important question. How do we do that? Which are the sectors that are likely to grow? And as we speak on that, and that's the basic model now, whether it should be agro-based, whether it should be industry-based, IRDP, industrial stimulation, MSME, what are the different industries, what are the scopes that can perhaps take us forward? We forget that all this needs another very important input for development, which is foreign exchange. And if you are not earning that, then there's going to be a problem, because development in imports is one part, maintenance imports is another. Import restriction is one thing, import substitution is another thing. So are you choking yourself because of want of money, because your CAD, current account deficit, is mounting, or are you actually gaining more? Very important questions which will be answered in the third session. I told you the three mirrors are interfacing one another. And the pebbles of uncertainty are thrown into this. So you're going to see a lot of patterns in today's discussion and dialogue. So when we throw up these patterns, no matter how beautiful they are like watching shifting sands. India's total involvement in trade just over a century has actually declined. We are just 2% of the world trade. And while we are talking about free trade, free movement, laissez-faire, let it be philosophy, the world is forming blocks. The world is forming groups. We have free movement of capital, but when it comes to movement of people, we are looking at visas. So there is, of course, a tongue-in-cheek attitude on international movement of factors, not for capital, but for labor, yes. And when we do that, we find that there are also certain trade associations being formed. I'll just mention three of them. The TPP, which is the Pacific Partnership Agreement, the TISA, which is the world, 1/3 of the world actually is involved in this, which is on service agreement, and the EU-US transatlantic trade investment partnership, TTIP. Now, with this kind of restriction, it almost chokes the possibility of increasing our export share. And if you're not going to earn exports, then the only way to usher in foreign exchange is to encourage foreigners to come and invest. Remarkably, the foreign direct investment has surged ahead. We have never been so comfortable as we are now, more than $600 billion. We are sitting on that pile. And this has gone up 14%. But mark my words, only 1% is on equity, which means what? What's the point of having this foreign exchange if you are putting it in a bank and paying interest? It's a process of actually siphoning money off to the other countries. If your bank rate of interest is higher than that of international countries, it's a process of actually laundering money. Get your loans cheap from the other country, invest it in India, and take it away in the form of interest payments. That explains one of the reasons why the savings rate is dropping so fast. The investment rates is dropping so fast. But where does it take us? How do we earn our foreign exchange? What are the models? How do we allow the capital to stay and not be a fair weather friend? These are the challenges I think in today's dialogue we're looking to. India on the path of surge and self-reliance, India as a country of importance in global trade, India's position in the geopolitical scene, the humanitarian aspects. Millions are leaving the country for greener pastures. So what's the point of talking about demographic dividend when you can't retain them? And most certainly, how important is WTO and United Nations here? Are they helping us or is that a hindrance? In this scenario, I think I've stirred the hornet's nest enough, and we look forward to a very engaging morning. And I welcome a small but very intelligent audience to interact with the panel, and let's put the sails up and sail ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, all the panelists, or rather our dignitaries on the dais for the opening session. We will proceed and move on to our panel discussion 1 for the day, India's geopolitical scenario. May I request Mr. Harshvardhan Poddar, member ICC and Ceners-K, to kindly be on dais to chair the session. Our panelists, Lieutenant General J.R. Mukherjee, retired, member emeritus Ceners-K. Mr. Abhijit Bhattacharjee, Supreme Court lawyer, IRS retired, author and columnist. Professor Dr. Anindo Jyoti Mojumdar, Department of International Relations, Jadavpur University. Over to you, Mr. Poddar.
Thank you so much. Am I audible? Okay. Perfect. So welcome everyone to the first session of the annual Calcutta Dialogue. We've had a fantastic opening and a very good introduction to what we're going to discuss today. A very exciting day indeed for us. As Marshal Raha, Professor Moitra and Dr. Mukherjee explained, today is going to be a very interesting session because it's going to encompass a wider range of topics than we usually do for the annual Calcutta Dialogue. And the first session on India's geopolitical scenario is very, very interesting because it's such a wide subject, and I think we'll have a lot of very interesting things to hear from our esteemed panelists. Dr. Mukherjee highlighted all the things that are happening, in all the different parts of the world. China, Taiwan, Russia, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Nepal. There's so many things happening everywhere, and there's so much to say about each of these things. So I won't spend too much time on the introduction. I'll tell you a little short story just to kind of highlight, what we are getting into and the kind of neighborhood, that we are in right now. Some of you might remember a few years ago on April Fool's Day, the Pakistani newspaper Express Tribune ran a joke, and they published an article saying that the Pakistani government had now decided, in appreciation of all the investments that are being made in Pakistan by China, in the CPEC and so many, other avenues, that in appreciation they had decided to rename the Islamabad International Airport into Xi Jinping International Airport. And the response to that speaks volumes, because many people in Pakistan, including very senior politicians, took it very seriously. And there were protests and there was a huge ruckus as to how Pakistan can actually do that, not realizing it's an April Fool's joke. So that's the environment that we are in right now, surrounded by, neighbors, some more friendly, some less friendly, some kind of hanging in the balance, and a lot of powers, a lot of things happening around the world, in Europe, in the US, everywhere else, which is swaying people, winds blowing here and there. So with that introduction, I'll hand it over to our panelists. Marshal Raha has already made the introduction, so I'll not repeat the same thing again. Over to you, General Johnny Mukherjee, to start today's session.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. An honor to be amongst you today and to be able to speak to you. I'm a bit of a radical. So a lot of my views are fairly anti-establishment. But they're my views, and I very strongly believe in them. And therefore, whatever I say today is emphasizing on my perceptions related to this. The subject I'm talking on is the geopolitical, social, and security scenario that India has to face, both now and in the future, in order to develop economically. A quick look at the world, because that directly affects us. I'm going to start with the Ukraine crisis. And I'm going to throw up certain questions to you. Has the foreign policy decided upon in reference to the so-called neutral stance, oblique, pro-Russian stance, is it the correct policy? In the past, other than in 1971, how much has Russia really helped us? I still remember them giving us tanks without the reticules or the ammunition to really knock down enemy tanks. They've held back as much as the Americans do. The Americans have always stabbed us in the back also. So has NATO. Now, it's in this environment where we've leaned more towards Russia, from whom we have managed to get a lot of third-grade equipment, mind you, for the armed forces, not world-class, third-grade equipment, which you're watching being knocked out of action totally by the Ukrainians using Western equipment. So have we done the right thing? Particularly now that Russia has more or less become a staunch vassal of China. And with our quarrel with China, Can we ever bank on Russia to come to our aid if we need it? Answer is no. Will the United States come to our aid? Will NATO come to our aid? Irrespective of what we have done, the Quad and so on in South China Sea or the Pacific? Answer is again, no. You're on your own. India is on its own. So is our foreign policy related to Ukraine, related to the rest of the world, is it correct? Or does it need a change of stance? Now let me move on further. That is the geopolitical scenario in which we will have to face China, who sits opposite us and has since 1962 been our arch enemy. And they're going to remain our arch enemy in every aspect that you look at it. They have managed to befriend your other enemy, Pakistan, totally. And will go to their aid, unlike the issue of Russia coming to our aid. So now you have two enemies in the West and North, China and Pakistan. Do we have the resources to deal with both simultaneously? Big question mark. You go anywhere around the Northeast. I've lived with the Northeasterners all my life. I'm married to a Northeasterner. The governments and the chief ministers asked me one question, a very simple question. What is wrong with Delhi? If they have enemies all around, how can you develop? There's something drastically wrong with our foreign policy. To take a step further from there, we now face a two-front war with Pakistan and China, North, West. Will we be able to manage it? Question mark. Go a step further from there. Look at events in Pakistan. Army is strongly in control. That's how Imran Khan got the sack. Army very staunchly pro-China and trying to ensure that it is at least partially backed by USA. Now you come on a step further to our other neighbors and come to the East and Northeast, of which I am very, very familiar with. Nepal, we turn them against us, though some overtures are now being made to get them back into our hold from China. Otherwise, they are very, very, very pro-China today and very, very anti-India. Their economic situation, bad. And looking to India for help, looking to China for help. Do we have another enemy on our doorstep? Go a step further, Bhutan, Dolam Plateau, 2017 onwards, and before. The Chinese intruded. For political value, we blocked them. After that, we quietly ran away with our tail between our legs and let the Chinese do whatever they wanted after that in Bhutan. So Bhutanese have come to an understanding with China and allowed them to come into areas which are detrimental to India's national security. So Bhutan, while still very much pro-India, is also now gradually leaning more and more towards China. You go further east towards Arunachal and Tibet and China, opposite Arunachal, threat very much exists. That's part of your second front there. You come on to Myanmar. After the coup and large-scale civil war and insurgency in northern Myanmar, particularly after sacking of Aung San Suu Kyi, there's trouble brewing. And India is not taking adequate cognizance of it. So instead of where you had befriended Myanmar, you may well have an enemy developing in Myanmar. Another one, and another half front developing along with it. Insurgency under control. But what we are doing is we are creating more and more Islamic fundamentalism in the Northeast. The CAA, the NRC, all creating major problems. Along with this, the Naga Accord creating major problems. The Act East policy at the moment is only a road or a railway line, nothing more. It's neither economically viable, nor is it feasible to sustain with the insurgency being so rampant and the civil war being so rampant in northern Myanmar. Sri Lanka to your south, economy in shambles and totally in the Chinese camp, though they're begging India for aid. And lastly, the thing I'd like to emphasize on, Islamic fundamentalism, at the moment, the way I see it in our country, is going to increase more and more due to the extensive communal politics that we are following in our country today. We are asking for trouble. We're really asking for trouble. So your internal affairs at the moment, as far as I am concerned, are in doldrums. And that is the atmosphere under which you want economic development. The demonetization, the pandemic, and now Ukraine and the fuel prices have really sorted us out. There's no money in the country and there are no jobs. Yet you have to economically develop. Please think over it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General Mukherjee, for sharing your views. A very grim picture indeed, looks like it's emerging, surrounded by our enemies. You know, Dr. Mukherjee also talked about China's string of pearls strategy. In brief solace, it does appear that all the people who side with China find themselves in economic trouble sooner or later. But as Dr. Mukherjee said, you know, today's discussion is more of a kaleidoscope than a prism. And in a kaleidoscope, one gets to see different, different pictures, different views. So we look forward to having more diverse views in our discussion today. With that, I'll hand it over to our panelist and esteemed lawyer and China expert, Mr. Bhattacharya.
How many minutes? 15. Okay. You don't mind, lawyers don't sit, they stand. So I'll have to, please. No. Judges sit, please. That's the difference in the bench and the bar. We are known as the learned counsel, and you are the honorable judges. I will ask to speak on, in general, everything of the world. Let me tell you 2-3 things which are happening in the world. Number one, the world is a geography, you can find out. In this geography, you and me are the demography. And the interaction between demography and geography, the product thereof is economy, society, polity. Everything is an offshoot of this geography and the demography who stays. Now today, the world is going through a very critical, I should say very dangerous situation, that one demography is shooting up and one demography is going down. I have got the list. I did not, because since the time is short and the subject is the world, there are 50 countries, mainly here And in Asia, South Korea, Singapore, and Japan, demography is down. And that is the reason that the West is not in a position to fight a war with Russia, irrespective of the fact that Russian demography is also going down. 1991 is a landmark, just like 1947 was a landmark. In 1947, India lost approximately 18 to 19 lakh square kilometer because of partition, and also the population. Same happened with Russia, USSR. It was 2.20 crore square kilometer. It became 1.70 square kilometer. 50 lakh square kilometer इनका loss हो गया, और इनका population जो 26 crore था, overnight it became 12 crore. So, if you see the psyche of whatever the guy is doing, right, wrong, good, bad, ugly, you can make out. I also have a psyche. Some of us have the psyche, Akhanda Bharat. So, which may or may not be possible, that's another story. But the psyche does exist. And psyche is one of the most important factors in life, in any sphere of life, whether it's law or illegal thing or legal thing or anything. Number one. Number two, so far as other countries are concerned, the Western world here, they do not want any war to come near their shoreline. War should be fought 10,000 kilometers away. So therefore, for them, it's a case and question of forward deployment. It should be Vietnam, it should be North Korea, it should be Libya, it should be Syria, it could be anything, but not here. Now, so far as Ukraine is concerned, Ukraine is the underbelly. Just as Nepal, Bhutan, Sikkim, not Sikkim, Nepal, Bhutan is the underbelly. Anyone coming in there, you think we are going to stop? For China, Manchuria, and Mongolia, they are the underbelly. For the British, they fought a war which is 10,000 miles away in Falkland in 1982, from 2nd April to 14 June 1982. So therefore, for them, it is their underbelly. The British underbelly is 10,000 kilometers away. And my and your underbelly, if it is adjacent, no, you can't do that. Now, Mr. Harsh, आपका नाम है ना सर? अच्छा, हर्ष सर हमको हमने पूछा कि आप चाइना से कब इंटरेस्टेड हुए? मैंने कहा मैं चाइना में इंटरेस्टेड हुआ 20 अक्टूबर सैटरडे 1962 रात को 9 बजे जब न्यूज आया। मेरा 13 साल मेरा उम्र था, और मैंने कहा अब मैं देखना शुरू किया चाइना को। 3 साल लैंग्वेज भी सीखा, बहुत कुछ किया और घूमते रहे। चाइना हिंदुस्तान का दुश्मन था, है, रहेगा, चाहे आप जो मर्जी कर लो, इकोनॉमिक्स करो, ट्रेड करो, सिक्योरिटी करो, हैंड टू हैंड फाइटिंग करो, जो मर्जी करो, वो हो ही नहीं सकता। अगर आप चाइना के इतिहास पढ़े, ज्योग्राफी पढ़े, देखिए कम्युनिस्ट जो होते हैं ना, प्लीज डोंट माइंड, आई एम नॉट अ पॉलिटिकल मैन, नेवरदलेस आई हैव सीन द कम्युनिस्ट गुड एनफ फ्रॉम वेरी क्लोज क्वार्टर्स ड्यूरिंग चाइनीज इन्वेशन, ड्यूरिंग द नक्सलाइट पीरियड, their professional days, the Punjab disturbances and various other things. But these guys, well, I don't want to wish to make any other statement. They destroyed this part of the country thanks to China. And I've written in my book, China in India, which was published on 20th October, Saturday, 2018, that China is the most dangerous. Now in Kashmir, Kashmir is no longer bilateral between India and Pakistan. It is trilateral, because since 1950s, they have already penetrated our land in Kashmir. Now when 62 China attacked, they attacked in that particular point where it is virtually a tri-junction, a place called Namkachu, Dhola Post. If you see the map, I have seen all the places there, that this is virtually a tri-junction. Now CPEC, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, it was a bilateral. It is not a bilateral, it's trilateral. It penetrates through our territory. So far as India is concerned, they just want to make it trilateral or multilateral. Because the moment you make it multilateral, trilateral, India is at a disadvantage. Bilateral, you can do. In this context, I come to the globalization. Globalization, to my mind, is a myth. It is bound to break because there's nothing called globalization. You have a one world, but you have got 223 countries. You have got 45 landlocked nations. You have variations, you have diversities. So one system in one world is an impossibility. It just cannot happen because we are so diverse. We are so different from each other. It's not possible. So thereafter, I come to the point, just 1 minute. Chinese. Now, the BRI, Belt on Road Initiative of Chinese, they are today in shattered, totally shattered because of the conflict in Europe. And that Europe, don't forget, it started the First World War. It has started the Second World War. And today, they don't want to fight a war. They are outside of the ground and they are shouting, "Hum dekh lenge, ye kar lenge, maar denge, uda denge," like that. Hindi picture dialogue chal raha hai wahan pe. So in this particular situation, what do you do? Now, Honorable General Sir, extremely well spoken, but I have got slight difference with you, sir. Please don't mind. India's neutrality, I fully support. Because India got to be neutral at this point in time, because today, I believe when I was coming, Hillary Clinton made a statement that India has to decide as to where it stands, this way or that way. Well, Hillary is Hillary. I can't say anything. But India's neutrality, to my mind and thinking, is the best possible course, which had been initiated in the 1950s non-alignment. And we should not deviate therefrom, this way or that way. I agree, we have increased our enemy, but we have increased our enemy not since today, since over several years. Now, who the people are responsible, I don't want to make any comment, value judgment, but that's the reality. Now, so far as demography is concerned, this part of the world, and here the migration is taking place in such devastating form. I've got the full list. I wish I could tell it. And it's mind-boggling. But the most interesting part is that Indians are the biggest migrated people in the world at this point in time. 2 crore. Number 2 is Mexico, and number 3 is China. Yeah. So can you imagine? Our people are 2 crore. I mean, that is the estimate, but my hunch is that it's slightly more than 2 crores. And the other countries, now question is, who migrates? Migration is for money. Migration is for economics. If I'm fine here, then why should I migrate? From the hilly terrain of our country, people migrate to the plains. From here, we migrate to a particular destination and places. Middle East, a particular type. London, New York, Paris, another particular type. So you all know that. The slowest growing population, I'll just tell you, and you get an answer. And you can find out. Latvia, Lebanon, Lithuania, Bulgaria, Ukraine, Croatia, Greece, Romania, Serbia, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Japan, Albania, Estonia, Georgia, Hungary, Moldova, and all these things are next to Russia and Ukraine border. They are mortally scared. One bomb, entire thing will be wiped out. Hiroshima, Nagasaki, 6th August, 8th August, 1945, 2 cities all gone in a flash. So in that particular situation, they are mortally scared. But others who are far away, come on, fight, fight, fight. That is what happens. Those who have seen war never talk of war. Those who have never seen a war, they declare war on the TV. This is the beauty of the situation. Those who have seen their houses being ruined in the partition, they don't talk of Hindu-Muslim riot. Those whose house have not been burnt, They will always, oh, maro, maro, maro. That is the beauty. I wish I could go on, continue on this one. Now, last but not the least, I think, how many minutes, sir? Kya khatam karoon? Acha, 3-4 minutes. Thank you, sir. Lordship. GDP. Now, in the GDP, the highest, of course, we know is the USA, followed by China. And if you see the GDP is only one of the factors pertaining to the economic development of any country. It's not the only means, but nonetheless, we only speak about GDP. So the variation in the GDP is so much. There are only 60 countries could be considered out of 223 countries in the world to be on the rise in a way. And imagine 223 minus 60 kariye to kitna hota hai? 163. So that means 163 countries, they are not doing well. And United Nations has got 194 members. So if you look at the chart and the list of the names and numbers, this mind is, it's mind-boggling. Now, one system, one word, globalization, liberalization, that's very good. But even Europe, which is 48 countries, they are not one. Euro currency is 19, where their currency is euro. NATO, they are 28. And European Union, there are 27. So out of 48, 19 you are using the currency. European Union, so far as sort of Anschluss of Germany, Austria type of 1938-39. And the other one is 28. And you talk of defense. What is defense? No, it's defensive defense. What is defensive defense? Then why don't you come out to the defense of the other person? No, that will not, because he's not a member of the NATO. So this is a way of doing what Eisenhower had said, MIC, military industrial complex. Now, what has happened, until last but not the least, from 1991, 89-91, when the Germany united in 89, Berlin Wall collapsed, and 1991, 26th of December, that's Air Chief Marshal Raha's birthday also, 1991, when USSR collapsed into 15 countries, this entire thing simultaneously collapsed the American arms companies. There was a company called McDonnell Douglas. It's no more. Boeing has consumed it. Northrop, they used to make fantastic, so-called fantastic aircraft. It's gone with the wind. And in the process, what happened, when the military industrial complex and the Wall Street, their stocks crashed, this is what's going on. There has to be some war. Without war, we cannot survive. Rather, without war, we cannot thrive. So war is good for ethical health, said Hegel. So therefore, war is good for ethical health. You will see more war, may not be world war, but in this world, you will have war. So there will be wars of the world in the world. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya. What a thought-provoking, entertaining, and contrarian discussion we've had. I'm sure the audience has a lot of questions. Please hold on for our last speaker, and then we'll get into a more detailed dialogue on this subject. With that, I'll hand it over to Professor Majumdar. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. And I thank Indian Chamber of Commerce and Ceners-K for having me here. Well, we have got, very kind of two divergent views, and they have dealt with specifics. What I intend to do within my allotted time, in fact, to refer to, the global geopolitical environment in which India is required to operate. And obviously, that would be an attempt to integrate these very disparate events that we experience in our region, in other regions, into a grand narrative of international politics,
geopolitics, as we generally say these days, uh, and to see, what are the major trends. And to my mind, there are in fact two grand narratives. One is politico-strategic and the other is essentially economic. Now, one aspect of politico-strategic is often this issue of power polarity. That is, we had this bipolar world during the Cold War period. This bipolar world collapsed with the disintegration of Soviet Union. People felt there would be a unipolar world, and because the United States as the global policeman would have unchallenged sway. But with time in the 1990s, we have seen rise of few other countries, and people started talking about a multipolar arrangement. The process is not yet complete. It is a transitional process. And even then, you would find that it is not really a kind of multipolar arrangement that we are moving forward to. We are moving forward to rise of a few, and it will become a kind of oligopolar world, not multipolar world. And in this oligopolar world, there would be intense competition among the few rising powers for garnering support from the rest. And this competition will, of course, have different kinds of instruments that would be used, could be economic, could be checkbook diplomacy, could be, kind of coercion, but there would be competition to garner support to the stance these particular rising powers would take in an oligopolar system. Along with this, if we think of the narrative of this world order that has been evolving after the end of this Cold War period, in fact, in 1990, in fact, in the 1990s, the beginning was with, George H.W. Bush's New World Order kind of idea. That is, the West would dominate the world, and in turn, US as the leader of the West would dominate the world, or actually, diplomatically, they would guide the world to a new world order. And in fact, then you are familiar with the thesis that came up from, say, Francis Fukuyama, who talked about end of history, that history has come to an end. There is no further contest between, exclusivist political ideology. Liberal democracy has won over fascism, Nazism, and then communism. So that is the best thing to be followed. And all the states where they have other kinds of, political ideologies, they are still submerged in history. And then came Huntington's clash of civilization theory, that there would be no longer contests among or conflicts among states, but among civilizations. Now, obviously, they have their own arguments. I'm not going into, or elaborate on those arguments. But the basic point that we have here, all the three, in a way, if you go beyond the, the kind of points that they were making, you'd find all three, actually, this new world order, this end of history, the clash of civilizations, were trying to project the West as the best option in terms of economic and political policies versus the rest. And as a result of that, in fact, that has been the kind of tradition in international politics in a way. But then this rise of new powers, for example, China, even India, created some kind of problem in this kind of analysis. So then it is no longer really West versus the rest. These countries would have to be accommodated in this narrative, either as potential ally or potential enemies. Now, in fact, in the early years of this particular century, during 2004, 5, 6, basically, a new kind of literature emerged. And in this new literature, we have come across terms like League of Democracies, Concert of Democracies, Federation of Democracies against authoritarianism. And here you find a new kind of, narrative was being developed, where obviously the authoritarian states like China and Russia would be pitted against the Democratic League that would also include India. So this is the dominant kind of narrative in the present day world. And following this dominant kind of narrative, the policies, obviously policies would have other
crucial elements ingrained in those policies, taking into consideration national interests of different countries. But nevertheless, this is the dominant narrative of the day. I don't know whether Boris Johnson would raise this point once again, but he was a person who was talking about D10, Democratic 10, the G7 countries plus Korea, Australia, and India, formulating a kind of group, a coalition that would be against, obviously, the authoritarian regimes. Now, this is the kind of political strategic narrative that we think of. On the other hand, we have, since the 1990s, we might talk about, the predominance of geoeconomics in international politics. And people started talking in terms of, okay, politics is no longer relevant that way. Strategy is no longer relevant that way. It's economy stupid. Fine, no problem with that. But the idea has been that in this kind of, economic pursuit, we've had, the ideas of free trade. We have these ideas of connectivity became a buzzword in 1990s and also in this century. There was the argument that there is a disjunction between the logic of security and logic of economics, that these two do not go hand in hand. And that actually explained in a way why most of the countries, they continue with very substantial economic relations with China, while they had differences over security and political issues. But nevertheless, when we talk about this particular aspect, that economy is more important, geoeconomics becoming more important, unit cost of war has escalated, cost of war is high, Russia is one example in contemporary period. So there would be a rule-based international society where economic interest would predominate. That's very fine. But the problem was, that is because of the very nature of, humankind, that the moment, the very concern of geopolitical security was shifted to this economic field, trade was weaponized, economic policies were weaponized. So if we think in terms of, trade being conducted on the basis of, integrated value chain, and that might make way for huge concentration of power in the hands of few countries that actually control the network hubs of production. And as a result of that, we have now here the terms like weaponized interdependence and not really mutual interdependence. There has been a shift. Now, if you think, all these, and there were these views with regard to rise of non-traditional security issues. And if you think in terms of climate change, if you think of in terms of pandemic, in terms of violent extremism, that would include terrorism, insurgency, ethnic conflicts with links with organized crime. And therefore, you would find that this environment where a particular state has to formulate its policies is very complex today. And in fact, in this kind of a policy, this kind of an environment, there would be, uncertainties. The very nature of threat is not clear, what kind of threat we might face, and that would lead to unpredictable behavior on parts of states. And when you have unpredictable behavior on parts of states, in this complex environment of instability, the basic objective would be, that more than some kind of a principled stand, it would be prudence and pragmatism that will dominate the policy making. Now, if we think of India, for example, what we have seen over the years, not necessarily attributing these policies to one particular administration or one particular government, that there is a shift to, some people would argue, multi-alignment. What I prefer the term rather multi-engagement, not really alignment in that sense. And still, we focus more on bilateral relations, and that is strategic partnerships that we talk about. And there is also normative hedging. Normative hedging That means that we avoid commitment to principled stance, Western or otherwise. So that gives us freedom to pursue certain policies, to pursue policies according to the needs of the day. Now, there can very well be, kind of debates with regard to the merit of a particular policy that is adopted at a particular point of time. And here, obviously, we might say that when a policy is formed, it is not merely because of the vision of the leadership. It depends on bureaucratic proficiency. It depends on the turns and twists of domestic politics, as well as those band of experts who have access to policymakers. So many things should go into it, but there we can have certain, broad trends. And as we see in kind of in the contemporary, Indian response to this complex global geopolitical environment, we find this attempt to maintain what is, it has become a cliche, to maintain the strategic autonomy, or in fact, autonomy of decision making. Now, obviously, rise of China. In fact, when we talk about geopolitics, I was going through that concept note or somewhere, it was written that it is now the other name of international politics. But in geopolitics is never settled. All right. And here, in fact, we need to understand that this geo, and probably, Mr. Bhattacharya was referring to that particular point, that, geographic location, the importance of geographic location. And this geography is not merely a product of Mother Nature. This geography is also the product of, centuries old power struggle for organizing and administering space. And that is why particular geographic areas, geographic locations are invested with strategic importance. And when we talk about this geopolitics, naturally in contemporary period, if you think of this geographic location and you think of rise of China, you think of this other story of emerging India, you think about the pressure on India's border, impingement in, that is China's impingement in Indian Ocean. You think of, penetration in South Asian region in different states, influencing the domestic policies of different states, then naturally you can expect, waves of onslaughts of different kinds, economic, political, strategic, cyber, you just name it, coming from the Chinese side. And India is becoming important, not merely India is a neighbor of China, because in this whole global grand narrative, India's position is very crucial, very important in terms of its geopolitical, existence. And this geopolitics, obviously, once again, is not merely, geographical location as determined by Mother Nature, but, a product of perception of power equation and power struggles that have been continuing for, centuries. So I think I have, okay, I have, kind of exhausted my allotted time. So these are the main, I think, a kind of perspective I wanted to provide, listening to my distinguished fellow panelists when they were dealing with certain specific aspects. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Professor Majumdar. What a vibrant discussion we've had today. We started off, with discussing some concepts like Vasudeva Kutumbakam, about the world being one family. We discussed the Indian policy of LPG, liberalization, privatization, and globalization. And then we had some of our panelists shred some of these concepts apart and give totally, different views for all of us to think about. We discussed a little bit about China, Russia, our neighborhood, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, the West. We discussed about associations, the organizations coming together like Quad and AUKUS. And we also discussed the transformation of India from being a non-aligned nation to potentially being perceived as a China counterweight in the world today. We started off with General Mukherjee giving us, questioning the pro-Russian policy of the Indian government right now. We discussed China, we discussed our neighborhood. Mr. Bhattacharya gave us a very interesting and very entertaining discussion on demographics, the importance of psyche. We discussed the centrality of China and its influence on us. We even questioned globalization, and we discussed about the effect of the neutrality which India wants to portray in its stance in the world. Professor Majumdar enlightened us about major trends which were happening in geopolitics around the world. We talked about the transition of the world from a bipolar system to a multipolar system. We talked about the new world order, which was envisioned by George H.W. Bush with the US as a leader. We talked about the convergence of political ideology, the clash of civilization. We even talked about when, we referred to the Thucydides trap. When a new power emerges in the world, oftentimes it leads to a situation that could lead to war. So we talked about the rise of China and the threat that it poses to the US. We talked about geoeconomics, the importance of free trade and how that has started affecting how nations think and formulate policies. And we talked about normative hedging, where policymakers focus on what is practical and avoid over commitment to any particular principles. So a wide range of discussions today. I'm sure it's got all of our juices flowing in our heads. So with that, I'll open it up to the audience if there's any questions for any of our esteemed panelists. Please.
Thank you very much. I will be very brief, 5 minutes maximum. Thank you so much, Indian Chamber of Commerce. I'm an old friend of this institution and also Ceners-K for inviting me, and thank you so much all the speakers. I would just like to point out three perspectives. I have, of course, enjoyed immensely. I think that one aspect is the world of religion. I have been working several years on basically on Myanmar, but also Bangladesh, and religion, polity, and trade, all these is somehow related. And here I would like to bring the point, the Roman Church versus Orthodox Church, and vis-a-vis that brings us to one point, how Israel or Jewish lobby, China and Singapore-based think tanks and economic power would leverage on that. I am bringing this point particularly because I had the opportunity to study at Heidelberg and precisely European history, and I have worked on certain aspects which are very important, and I don't want to elaborate on that. The second point is, from that point of view, I find that Ukraine is a old wine in the new bottle. I remember that during one of my exams, one of the historians asked me, can you tell me in which year Soviet Union annexed Ukraine? So Ukraine is, of course,
since we are running short of time, would request you to please get to the question.
Yeah, just one point. I have not covered 5 minutes, okay? You must give me the honor as a senior scholar. Otherwise, I can sit down. Yeah, I have not covered 5 minutes. This is not the way actually I expected. The second point is business and trade. I think that China, Myanmar, Thailand, India are doing business, and that is the Kachin state, and I am following various news and information. So that may also somehow, multipolar interest lobby may also, this is something. I have finished within 3-4 minutes, not even 5 minutes. Yeah, thank you very much.
Would you like any of the panelists to respond?
This is a comment actually. So if anyone wants to say.
Any other questions for the panelists, please?
Good morning. Actually, I am very thankful to the organizer for inviting me. I am Uttam Bhattacharya, retired faculty member of IDSK. I must thank that this chairperson that we started with Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, but where we are ending in this session is we are so different, so segregated. So I want some positive views or some way outs from the panelists. What is their thinking about how to defend or how to survive in this enemic environment? So their views, positive views, crisis I learned, but what is their views for this existence? Thank you.
I'll talk about Indian foreign policy a little. Now, whether we like it or not, we have got China, Pakistan on our hands, and a very unfriendly neighborhood. Russia is not going to be able to help us. So if we are to stand up against China, we need help. And if you leave out Russia, that leaves only the West. You really don't have an option. So you've sided with Quad. It'll have to develop further from there. So what that boils down to is modifying foreign policy a certain amount. And I think that will automatically happen over a period of time. I think I'll leave it at that.
Anyone else?
You know, when we talk about crisis, obviously, when we single out threats, then basically the idea is to make a cost benefit analysis and adopt the best option available at that particular point of time. Now, we might have our divergent kind of views with regard to particular problems. But in fact, when we think of the solution of a particular problem, often it is not like, painted in black and white. There are many grays areas involved in that. And even when we are, taking a cue from Lieutenant General Mukherjee's observation on foreign policy, that he is hinting at India's close relations with the West, with the United States against China, and that would be automatic in some more years to come. Of course, we have the kind of treaties with the United States. If you think of in terms of LEMOA, BECA, COMCAS, and all these, we are very close. With the United States, we have next steps in strategic partnership. So there are many things that are not really said in diplomatic parlance in pure black and white. And at a particular point of time, obviously, therefore, the state should adopt policies that is best suitable, because another point one has to keep in mind that any kind of administration or any kind of political leader can only think about 10 years or so, not more than that. His political survival. So it also becomes very important when decisions are made. But all these would contribute to a kind of environment where you might have some kind of a desirable solution, but there will be practical constraints to achieve those desirable solutions. And that is why a compromise is made, taken into consideration all different kinds of views, in fact. And I think, the hope lies in the fact that, intelligent decisions are taken at right points of time.
In international diplomacy, there's nothing called permanent friend or permanent enemy, right? So therefore, what is permanent is my national self-interest. And I'll straight away go for my national self-interest. What is my national self-interest? And and number one. Number two, the basic foundation of international relations is bilateral, not multilateral, trilateral, quadrilateral, and so many laterals. So everything is bilateral to start with. Our ambassador to X country is bilateral. It is not simultaneously with 10 countries. So the foundation of international relations is bilateral. Now that is not happening. Now, this multilateral business is basically the survival of, not survival, the thriving of the fittest. Whether it's WTO or United Nations. United Nations, I wrote another article only about 11 in the Tribune. I said it's all bunk. United Nations is all bunk at the moment. They will come in the thing to support, UN forces must go there. And in some other, they will run away. So what is this? So it reminds me of Romarola, when order is injustice, disorder is the beginning of justice. It happened in the Second World War, First World War. What were you doing? When it comes to the point of Kashmir, you are blind-eyed. And when it comes to something else, oh yes, we will do that, come on. And rightly or wrongly, goodly or badly, whatever you call it, on Kashmir, except Russia, no one supported. I agree with what General Saab has said. He's right. He's not only erudite, he's a fantastic general, soldier of soldier. I salute to him. But plus minus points are both there. They gave us bad things in defense, I agree. But in diplomatic table, they supported us. So between diplomacy and defense, as Professor Saab has just now mentioned, there are also gray areas. Yes, there are gray areas. At the end of the day, you have to one has to understand, not you mean any country for like India, where does your permanent interest and national self-interest lie? That is a fine balance one has to maintain and pursue. It cannot be one-way traffic. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a lovely question. And just a beautiful summary of our discussion today. And, we discussed a lot of, grim things. But the takeaway is that there are no absolutes. And that's the beauty of a democracy that we live in, that the ideas keep evolving. And there always is a way to, for the people to be able to express their own ideas and elect people in the leadership who reflect changing ideologies, changing landscapes, changing ideas, the spirit of compromise. And I'll end that by once again referring to what we started with, the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and keeping in mind that there's a little bit of humanity that exists in everyone, wherever in the world, whichever nationality we represent, and it is that essence which will keep us all going forward. So with that, I'll end the first session. Thank you everyone for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I request our session chair, Mr. Poddar, to kindly felicitate our panelists with a token of appreciation to Lieutenant General Mukherjee, Mr. Abhijit Bhattacharjee, Professor Mojumdar, Professor Anindajyoti Mojumdar. Thank you, sir. May I request Brigadier Mukherjee, Secretary Ceners-K, to kindly take over.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a very interesting first session, but we are running slightly behind time. So therefore, what we will do is, for the next session, we will try and restrict the question and answer to just one question and take on many more questions later if we have time at the conclusion stage. That will allow us to sort of control the timing, otherwise we'll overshoot, which happens in these cases of intense debate. We tend to overshoot and then there is no end to it. The next session of the panel discussion is India's pitch for Atma-Nirbhar Bharat, sectoral articulation and inclusive growth. May I request Professor Mojumdar to stay back as the chair for this session. I would request you to take the dais, sir. And in this session, we have physically present Air Chief Marshal Orup Raha. Sir, may I request you to take the dais, and Dr. Suman K. Mukherjee, who's actually conceptualized and formatted this entire discussion for us and is passionate about this Atma-Nirbhar Bharat
sectoral articulation and inclusive growth subject. The third speaker in this session is Dr. Ajay Dua, the former Secretary of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. He will be joining us virtually.
Yeah, I'm present.
To begin with, we will first have the chair announce a few moderations that he would like to, and thereafter he will hand over the dais and this mic to ACM Orup Raha. Thank you.
Thank you. We are in the second session, India's speech for Atma Nirbhar Bharat, sectoral articulation and inclusive growth. Well, as we have learned from the first session, in fact, this ensuring development and prosperity for all is a crucial policy objective, and but it has both time dimension and place people dimension. That is, political environment changes with time, and in fact, the economic environment prioritizes a place or a group of people. And there are the twists and turns of domestic politics that determine the policies under different administrations. But the civil society and different groups, they contribute to policy making by providing an assessment and possible guidelines towards desirable objectives like inclusive growth. So, in fact, a demonstrable advantage over previous state of affairs would indicate success of a policy, fluctuations, hiccups, and constraints notwithstanding, and to provide an assessment of the existing affairs, that is existing state of affairs, and possible directions. We have three distinguished panelists with us today, and without wasting time, and they have already been introduced, I would request whether Dr. Ajay Dua would be speaking first. Okay, that's it.
I'm ready.
Okay, over to Dr. Ajay Dua, former Secretary, Ministry of Commerce and Industry.
Thank you very much, Professor Majumdar, for inviting me to this panel discussion. The subject chosen by you obviously has been thought through, and I'd like to start by saying that it's a highly desirable goal. Atmanirbhar Bharat, or a self-sufficient India, is something which is necessary, extremely necessary for a country our size, as well as in size in terms of population, geographical area, and now global standing as the fifth largest GDP, country with the fifth largest GDP in the world. Having said that, let me make a couple of observations. And I would start by saying in today's environment, when the world trade has increased extensively despite all the statements and postures about protectionism, not buying more from China or from XYZ country, we have seen that the trade goes where the country producing them has the comparative advantage, and in simple terms is able to produce goods without compromising on quality at the lowest price. So that is how, despite all of us taking a posture in the last couple of years, ever since the more aggressive version of China came forward on our borders elsewhere in the world, we've all been wanting to reduce our dependence on China. But in India, if you look at it, our trade with China has actually grown during the last 2 years. The imports are growing faster than our exports because we all value, in terms of our requirement in terms of our affordability, the goods which are no longer as shoddy as they used to be. China has moved on from inexpensive, cheap goods to relatively sophisticated and technologically modern goods. Same thing with global trade. Year after year, the figures show us that the global trade has risen. Even this year, it's expected to rise by 3 to 3.5%, with the world trade, with the world GDP growth slashed down to about 3.5 to 3.6% in a very recent report by the IMF. So why does it happen? That despite our postures, despite us making statements to that effect, that we will be shrinking our trade, we will be more and more self-sufficient, because every country cannot possibly be good at producing everything. So we have to it may be because of raw material availability, it may be because of skills available, it may be because of agroclimatic conditions, and a whole lot of other relevant conditions for manufacturing, processing, or even growing. But the fact remains that we have to, in order to become self-sufficient, prioritize and as was said by Professor Majumdar very rightly, we have to think it over time, we have to think it over space, that we cannot be self-sufficient in everything at the same time. So the first one has to be our exercise of deciding what do we want to be self-sufficient in. I would say, and rightly so, food, fuel, maybe healthcare, essential medicines, essential healthcare, and given our geopolitical situation about which we heard so much in the first panel discussion, such bright comments were made and animated discussion we had, the fact is increasingly we got to be able to defend ourselves, and so we have to be independent to a large extent in the wherewithal which we need to defend ourselves. Having said that, I would say the policy which we've been taking all along has been ever since the 60s and the 70s, after the country's creation got stabilized. If you gentlemen and ladies will recall, we had the import substitution policy in the 60s and 70s, Harrod-Domer model, Mahalanobis model. They gave, apart from giving preference to capital goods, we also talked about import substitution as a major goal for us. We moved from import substitution then towards the end of the 60s and the 70s, saying food being important. Our Green Revolution helped us achieve that, and we are achieving the benefits of it for the last 20 odd years very clearly, because it's no longer confined to wheat. Now it's moved on to paddy, it's moved on to other crops, and we become a virtual food surplus country, though at low levels of consumption for a variety of other reasons linked to our affordability. Similarly, now from that stage, we moved to Made in India when Mr. Modi's first tenure as the Prime Minister. In the very first year, he launched with great fanfare the 2014-15, the Make in India campaign, which was let's make things in India. So it was substituting what was an import substitution or what was earlier by different names. And now it's now Atma Nirbhar, self-sufficient India. All desirable, all must happen. We have laid a base, I would say, but all that I would say is let's be oblivious let's not be oblivious to the situation around us, that there is a cost which we pay for becoming self-sufficient. The cost is to the society, the cost is to individuals who consume those goods, because if there is a substitute available somewhere else and we impose import duties or prohibitions on their import, then all these consumers are paying for it. And for a larger goal, desirable goal, I don't question that at all. We should be, but we have also to look at our levels of affordability. Say, can we at that point of time say we become self-sufficient, or if the United States were to say, or the United States citizen will not have access to all the cheap consumer goods which have been flowing in from China. So the citizens will be paying a cost for it. Whether it leads to inflation, whether it leads to increase in wages or demand for subsidies, etc., all is consequential. But the fact is that achieving of this goal is going to be costing us money, costing us time. And for that, whatever we set for ourselves, we have to be ready to bite it, chew it, the program or the mission which we are adopting. Finally, I would just say this, and I'll try and catch up on the details during the question hour, is let's be very clear that at the end of the day, we can achieve a degree of success only, and it may not be possible to have complete sectoral self-sufficiency or Atma-Nirbhar. Yes, last year, the Air Chief Marshal Raha is there, distinguished senior other army officers are here. I would just recall that yesterday's report said last year we procured more defense goods in India from Indian sources than we had sourced. A very good measure. But how much did we import from outside? That also continues to remain very large. Figures were not revealed yesterday, but we all know that we are amongst the largest, or probably the largest importer of equipment in the world, because the defense equipment is not just basic equipment which we produce or what HAL or our shipyards are able to produce, but we need more and more sophisticated armaments, be these for ground war, be these for aerial war, or on the seas. And for all of them, we cannot be producing everything. So while we may have a core production for ourselves, basic arms and certain amount of other equipment, as technology develops, as our so-called enemies acquire more sophisticated weapons, so will we have to be also dependent upon sourcing these elsewhere. It may not be, I totally agree with General Majumdar's comment, saying the Russians gave us half the equipment, but when it comes to using it, we weren't always ready because they hadn't either serviced the aircrafts or the other stuff got from them, or given us the armament ammunition to use it. So this applies to across other sectors also. Yes, we are doing very well in the pharma sector, but it doesn't mean that we are producing everything under the sun. Today also for life-saving equipment, life-saving drugs, we continue to import. And why not? Because every molecule, research on every molecule, drug molecule costs billions, and we are in no position. So we pay a higher cost. We enter into trade agreements on a cheaper flow of various items, and we settle down. So the self-sufficiency is not absolute, including even in sectoral terms. Yes, core requirement of the strategic from armies, from defense point of view, health point of view, nutrition point of view, whatever sectors we take, yes, we aim at it, but it's not going to be absolute. Let me stop at that, Professor Majumdar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dua, for this enlightening exposition that you have made. As I understand, two interest areas that struck me, that is, you say prioritize the areas, food, healthcare, defense, and an assessment in terms of price to be paid and should be prepared for that. We will have definitely question and answers on that. Without wasting time, I now request Air Chief Marshal Nirbhar to make his presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. I am going to speak on the essence and significance of Atma Nirbhar Bharat in the light of the huge churn in the geopolitical, geostrategic, and geoeconomic domains of the world due to the ongoing pandemic and Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the crippling economic sanction that is affecting the entire world. The Ukraine conflict is a double whammy, especially when the world is yet to recover from the Wuhan virus COVID-19 pandemic. The devastation that this has inflicted in terms of millions of deaths, shattered economies and livelihood of people, broken and overwhelmed healthcare systems across the world, irrespective of the strength of the economy of that nation, be it rich or a poor economy. This war in Ukraine is sending shockwaves through the world economy, with the rising oil prices having cascading effect on trade, commerce, and spiraling prices of basic communities, necessities of the people. It will take a very, very long time to recover when the guns fall silent and the peace descends in Ukraine and the pandemic recedes from the world. Huge changes are expected in dollar-driven reserve currency, in trade, commerce, banking, sovereign reserves or assets, besides political, strategic, and economic realignment in international order. There are many, many lessons from these two events that is unfolding in the world. These lessons are for the world in general and India in specific. And to my mind, the main lessons of India is that we are going to be driven to achieve self-sufficiency, self-reliance, that is Atma Nirbharta. I'll just discuss about 10 points, the lessons that you have to learn, the world and India. Firstly, the pandemic highlighted the overdependence of the world on China, which is the manufacturing hub of the world. Hence, our vulnerability to manipulations in the supply chain mechanism by a single player, that is China. As a reaction, alternative production hubs and supply chains are being established across the world, and India is one of the favored destinations. We must grab this opportunity with both hands and make sure we provide the best environment for investment and we becoming an important production hub in the world. Second lesson, integration of the world economy or globalization has taken a direct hit. Nations are seeking self-reliance to hedge against the vulnerabilities of globalization in crisis situations. So there is a need for India to look more inwards than outwards and look at our strengths and weaknesses. A nation of 1.4 billion, a lot of skilled people, resources, etc. We just need to strengthen our strengths and plug the weaknesses so that we truly become self-reliant. Third lesson is that economic sanctions. Economic sanctions hurt all, everyone, the entire world suffer. Not only the victim country or the population or the organization against which the sanctions have been imposed. So India needs to look at best alternatives to guard against sanctions being imposed in future. You know, every dark cloud has a silver lining. Even sanctions can work positively for a nation. I remember on 12th May, if I'm not wrong, 1998, Prime Minister Vajpayee ordered the detonation of the nuclear device in Pokhran range. And immediately after that, the whole world clamped down on India. and all the transfer of technology, etc., stopped. We became a pariah internationally. And I remember one of the major effect of this sanction that time was on the LCA project, Light Combat Aircraft Tejas project of DRDO. The technology transfer for the fly-by-wire was supposed to come from the US for this aircraft. They denied this technology. But within the next 5 years, our scientists worked very hard to produce one of the best fly-by-wire control systems with quadruple redundancy, 4-channel fly-by-wire, which is currently being used on the LCA Mark 1, Mark 1A, Mark 2, and it will be used even on the AMCA, Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft. So there are good points of sanctions as well, especially a country which doesn't want to rise above the normal mediocrity. Fourth point is that India could be denied access to its reserves in US dollars, like it has happened to Russia, Iran, and many other countries. So we should trade, to my mind, in a basket of currencies, even resort to barter trade, which we used to do with former Soviet Union, and diversify our reserves, strategic reserves. Fifth lesson is that social media platforms and MNCs are the new weapons of war. India must work for its own social media platform and reduce the market share of MNCs in various sectors of the Indian economy and monitor if the MNCs are involved in India about their activities very closely. And to my mind, we have 1.4 billion people, and we have a very diverse, very successful, people of Indian origin, diaspora, all across the world. So if we have a social media platform of our own, it will really be successful. The sixth lesson is the importance of nuclear deterrence for weaker nations facing strong adversaries. Let's take the example of Ukraine. When it became independent in 1991, immediately after the demise of the Soviet Union, this country had the third largest reserve of nuclear warheads, nearly 2,000 of them. It had huge silos which house the ICBMs and IRBMs in large numbers. And it had strategic delivery platforms, that is bomber aircraft, which could deliver nuclear weapons through the medium of air. But immediately after its independence, the US convinced them that they should get rid of the nuclear capability, which they did, because they're assured that if their country is in trouble, they will be protected against any aggressor. So they gave away all the warheads to Russia. They destroyed all the silos, and they cut up all the strategic aircraft bombers. I have seen it with my own eyes since I was there between 1999 and 2001 as the air attaché there. But today, when Russia is invading Ukraine and they have bombed them to stone ages, the very famous statement of American presidents, no direct help is coming to rescue them from the Russian invasion. So there is a thinking in the world that there is a need for the aspirants of nuclear weapon power, be it Iran, be it Saudi Arabia, even I would say the South Korea and Japan would be rethinking on their strategy on nuclear weapons, because US may not be able to protect them. Next is, of course, the lesson is revival of arms race, especially in Europe and NATO. And this will definitely affect the European economies. There'll be a surge in the demand for weapons all across the world. And Indian weapon systems and equipment will find a good market. Eighth lesson is that the demise of US hegemony and rise of China as superpower will get accelerated. which is of concern to us, especially the rise of China. And the only way to deter China and the collusive threat from China and Pakistan is to build our military capability. That means, I would say, comprehensive national power. The ninth lesson is that unreliability of the US to its, I would say, allies. The allies are worried now. Taiwan is not sure that the US will come to their aid in protecting them against annexation by force by China. And 10th point is that India should not rely on the US to help us if China attacks us in the LAC. We should not expect the Americans to fight our war with their men and materials. And if that happens, it would be a bonus and we should never plan for it ab initio. So all these 10 points that I've discussed actually points towards India's need for Atma-Nirbharta, being self-reliant and self-sufficient. And Atma-Nirbharta has to be in all domains because national security is all-encompassing. There are 4 or 5 aspects which I'll discuss under Atma-Nirbharta. First point is a foreign policy, independent foreign policy. The current war in Ukraine has actually strengthened our national resolve to follow an independent foreign policy, exercising strategic autonomy to serve the best interests of our nation, despite the immense pressure from the US and European Union, especially NATO countries, while these nations themselves follow a duplicitous sanction policy against Russia, while they give us sermons. Second is building military capability. Our overdependence on external agencies, external countries, especially Russia, for weapon systems and equipment towards military capability needs urgent correction and remedy. The only way is to build capacity by making sure that the R&D labs, research, develop critical technologies meant for the militaries, and the DPSUs mass produce those systems and weapon platforms for our military, be it fighter aircraft, transport aircraft, helicopters, warships, nuclear-powered submarines, tanks, guns, missiles, radars, electronic equipment, propulsion systems, etc. Third is new policies to be implemented. We need to adopt new policies and methods in managing the productivity and output of DRDO laboratories and DPSUs. Bureaucratic control over a long time and lack of sustained performance is affecting their productivity. Concerted effort by the government in terms of production and management policies, cutting down on red tape and time and cost overruns, as also participation of the private sector, especially the large industrial houses, would be very beneficial and would bring in results much faster. The fourth point is comprehensive national power. Self-reliance can be achieved through rapid development of CNP, and it has a wide canvas, spectrum of factors. It includes military power, that is the stick, and economic power and the cultural power combined is the carrot. So both must be used to influence nations all across the world towards our benefit. I'll discuss just 3 points under CNP. The economic development is the first factor. The GDP must grow at double figures, close to 10% for at least a decade. For this, we require economic reforms, further reforms, and improvement in ease of doing business, which somebody talked about. And these 2 factors would actually result in transformation in the economic development of India. Simultaneously, balanced growth is required in all the sectors of the economy, be it manufacturing, be it service sector or agriculture, as well as the benefits of the development. Economic development must reach all sections of the people, all regions of the country, so that everybody benefits from it. The second point is human resource development. We are going to be the most populous nation. 1/6 of the world population is residing in India. And we have a huge successful diaspora. But our education system, our healthcare system, and their infrastructure is very weak and broken. Concerted effort by the government through good policies and adequate funding are required to educate our youth and keep them healthy, provide them skill sets, give them jobs so that they are productive, they become a boon and not a bane for the nation. And the next point is science and technology base. India needs to invest in a lot of research and development of critical technologies, be it in space, cyber, artificial intelligence, IT, ITES, metallurgy, machine tools and jigs and fixtures which are required for actually manufacturing, as well as propulsion systems, engines, and new hybrid warfare technologies. Remember, India has missed the first industrial revolution which took place in the 18th century because we are under foreign rule. It also missed the second industrial revolution which took place between First and the Second World War. And during the Second World War, that time, India had fought for the Allied forces with men and material. But the research and technological development that took place in the domain of military, which was subsequently used in the civil domains, did not directly reach India. We had no access to those technologies. So now the need, to my mind, the fourth point, is the whole of government approach for Atma Nirbhar. I'll give one example. Aviation sector, civil and military. The technologies used in the military and civil sector of aviation are the same, be it the engines, be it the airframe, be it structure, be it radar, avionics, electronics, etc. They're all dual use technologies. You just need to adapt it and adopt it for the civil. But why are we as a nation not harnessing the achievements and potential of the military aviation sector, the DRDO laboratories, the DPSUs for civil aviation sector? This is the question. Why is it that we are happy to import hundreds and thousands of civil aviation aircraft for cargo and passengers from Boeing and Airbus? Why are we not investing in building our own capacity to manufacture these and sell it to others as well? The answer is very simple. We just lack vision for Atma Nirbhar Bharat. If we have such an approach, then it will create jobs. There will be hubs of excellence in technologies, will increase job and create jobs and revenues, exports, as well as leadership in high-tech and advanced technologies. And that is so essential. The world will look at us for assistance. This principle is not only applicable to aviation sector, but is applicable to many other sectors, be it shipping industry, space-based assets, AI, IT, etc. So I'll just take 2 more minutes, and I'm exceeding the time, but to talk about or highlight the need for inclusive growth in all regions of India, especially the eastern and northeastern region, so that we truly become Atmanirbhar, because the chain is as strong as the weakest link. Currently, there is a huge difference in the development indices of isolated northeastern region vis-a-vis the western and southern regions of the country. Delhi-centric rule over the last so many decades has actually ignored the need for greater attention towards the development of northeastern region. This lopsided approach has made rich regions richer and the poor regions poorer, and it continues unabated. Let me give you an example. Recently, the government declared that we'll set up 2 defense production corridors, investing nearly 7,000 crores. But where are these corridors going to come up? In the south and in Western India, where there is a plethora of industrial belts. They're doing already so well. So it's like bringing coal to Newcastle, but while ignoring entire northeastern region and eastern region, where there are no industries worth mentioning. So northeastern region has tremendous potential for tourism, trade, border trade, export of tea, bamboo, teak, exotic flowers, fruits, cereals, etc. And development of northeastern region infrastructure in terms of roads, rail, and air connectivity, etc., would make it actually the launch pad for our very strategic policy, that is India's Act East policy, AEP. There are both challenges we must accept, but there are opportunities in the northeastern region for inclusive growth and development, for seamless integration with the rest of India, which is so very essential. The multiple objectives of AEP can be achieved by the development of northeastern region through the whole of the government approach that I just mentioned. You know, the donor ministry, MEA, home ministry, commerce ministry, the road transport, surface ministry, and inland water ministry, etc., need to work together under a nodal agency. I believe in 2018, Niti Aayog became the facilitator and catalyst for development of northeastern region as the launchpad for NEP, AEP, Act East policy. So my recommendations to the Niti Aayog would be that NER, northeastern region, be notified as an SEZ. Excise duties and other tariffs be exempted to promote exports. Third, biotechnology be promoted by setting up export-oriented units that create value chains with the ASEAN. And most importantly, draw out a roadmap for connectivity, culture, and commerce, ensure adequate funding and implementation without time overruns. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Leadership Raha, for comprehensive advocacy for Atmanirbhar Bharat. And I hope your 10 lessons would soon become the 10 commandments of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Without wasting time, now over to Dr. Suman Mukherjee.
Much more easier, because I could now just concentrate on one of the aspects, because already he's spoken at length on the 10 points and inclusive growth. I'll just speak for brevity of time on the need for sectoral articulation, the two sectors. Simon Kuznets, the second person to win the Nobel Prize, had written a book, Economic Growth and Structure, in which he had a special section which is entitled, "The capacity of a sector to contribute to economic growth does not depend on itself." And he gives a small arithmetic example, and I'm sure you had India in mind when you were saying that. If a country has 75% of the population in agrobusiness and in agriculture, and 25% of the economy is in modern sector, then if we aspire to have 5% growth, we need 8% growth of industry, provided agriculture grows at the rate of 4%. However, right through the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s decade, agriculture never grew beyond 2%. So what happens in this model if it grows by 2%? And you'd be surprised to know it requires 42% growth of industry to give you a 5% growth, which is impossible. So therefore, he concludes, unless there is agricultural growth, it is impossible for you to have an aggregate growth of 5%. Keeping that in mind, later, and this was at the 6th plan, one of our teachers at Delhi School, Professor Raj Krishna, created the 6th plan, and he came up with 3 grueling questions for all researchers. One of which is, if the number of people joining the job market every year, new entrants, is 5 million per year, then in 5 years, we would expect 25 million people seeking jobs. We already had 25 million people unemployed. So he had predicted in 1978 that 1983 we would have 50 million people unemployed. And by the turn of the century, we would have 166 million people unemployed, where he had projected that India's population would be 1 billion, which means we were headlong getting towards a 16% unemployment rate, 166 divided by 1,000 million. And that is inevitable. So he said, no growth is sustainable with this kind of unemployment. So where had we gone wrong? We had gone wrong in assuming, using the LFR model, that if we develop industry very fast, people will move away from agriculture into industry. And therefore, the burden from agriculture will be taken away, and therefore the strength should be to develop industry. And he said this is fictitious and bogus, because this has not happened in India. And India is the only example in the world where 70% continue to live in agriculture. So he says, do we disobey economic laws? And the answer to that is no. India is just like any other country. If people have to move from traditional areas into capitalist areas, then that change is taking place even in agriculture. From traditional modes of production, they're going into mechanized farming. And within industry, traditional modes of production to mechanized modes of production. So the transfer goes by technology, not by sectors. So agriculture continues to retain 70% of the population, producing only 16% of GDP. And he said, unless you activate agriculture, you're expecting a dog to be, a tail to be wagging a dog, and not a dog wagging a tail. Industry, modern sector, is not the answer to the country's problem, because that houses 25 million people when your population is 250 million. So you're planning for only 10% of the population. You are facing a social disaster of unemployment. So when he talks about agricultural development and integrated rural development, what was he saying? He was saying, what is it that I'm asking you to give up? You need more electricity, you need more packaging, you need more transport, you need more communications, you need more marketing facilities, you need more fertilizers, you need more chemical uses, and you need intensive development of agriculture. There's not a single industry you need to give up. It in fact gets a market 8 times more than you have. So if you really want to spur industrial growth, invest in agriculture and make industry subservient to it. This is the model of Atma-Nirbhar Bharat. We often confuse ourselves as balanced growth. Balanced growth, as was propagated by Knox and later by Hirschman, is not that all sectors are growing simultaneously, but it means the demand of one sector is compatible with the supply of the other. So if industry is the smaller sector, it has to grow faster than agriculture, but you cannot neglect agriculture. And look at the result today. After COVID, if India is still on its feet, the single most important reason is India's growth has been 3.5%. Remember Kuznets? He said you need a 5%, for a 5% growth, 4% growth in agriculture. Industry plummeted to negative levels. But because of agriculture being where it is, India is surviving today. Unfortunately, 2 other aspects were neglected. And let me tell you, in the last 40 years, the prices of agricultural goods has gone up 19 times. So you'd say that's remarkable, isn't it? 40 years, it has gone up 19 times. I need to tell you, industrial good prices have gone up 150 times. That explains why the gap between the two has gone up. And this is the model of what we call exploit the rural sector to allow the agricultural sector to grow. This is the model for international development also. Prescribe primary production to the southern nations. The world is broken into north and south. The north will produce manufactured goods. The south will produce primary products. We will have trade, global trade, world trade. But when you're determining your trade, the trade basis is on prices. And we forget that the pricing basis is different. We are actually looking at two different animals. The price of agricultural goods depend on nature. If you have a bumper harvest, prices will fall. It's got nothing to do with cost. If you have a beautiful weather and proper, your prices, your supply will rise and prices will remain low. Otherwise, it's nature driven. So who's bearing the risk? The agriculturalists, the southern nations, they need a compensation. But if you don't, that's a model of exploiting the rural basis to allow industries to grow. And look at the divide that we have created in the country in the terms of inclusive growth. 90% of the country's wealth belong to only 5% of the people. Only 5% of the people contribute and pay income taxes. And we are saying, why should we take care of the rural sector? Doles are being dished out. You know, when Sitaraman thought about the package, it was about 1.5 lakh crores for a population, which is 70% of your population. And where did the rest of the 20 lakh crores, which is 10% of your GDP, go? It went into other projects, into other areas. Now that is abysmally small amount for the rural sector development. There are two types of investments that you need there. One is capital extensive, which is infrastructure, communications, everything, including digital penetration. The other is intensive cultivation. So when you have a balanced model and you allow agriculture to grow, you will have the highest growth rate of industry. And today, the world is looking at the 14th point of SDG, Sustainable Development, is blue economy, where the poorest sections on your coastal areas. India has 7,000 miles of coastal belt, and the resources are being dumped there. So we need to use waste as a resource and recultivate it. If you look at milk production in Rajasthan, in Gujarat, it has gone up because of cooperative farming. There is no such effort to actually galvanize agriculture. 85% of your population are marginal farmers who hold land less than 2 hectares. They don't get the benefits of your prices. But the middlemen come and they prescribe, give us this and give us it at minimum support price. And the press is silent. And think tanks are silent that one of the best policies that came in the form of farm laws has been shut down because of political unrest by a certain group of vested interest. Let me tell you, MSP, minimum support price, is certainly a policy that is anti-farmer and anti-India. Why is it so? What is minimum support price as suggested by Swaminathan? It is 50% of your cost, 50% over the cost of production. That's the minimum support price policy. As if the cost of production is sacrosanct. The whole purpose is to reduce the cost of production, which needs R&D, which needs corporatization, which involves bringing in private capital, injection of private capital. ITC has been able to do it right under your nose. And here we have a system where a group of farmers, vested interests, go and cloud and say, no, we want MSP, which means come to our mandi. The choice was you could use the internet, you could use marketing. How would a marginal farmer sell his wares? So he goes to the middleman. Who runs away with the profit? The middleman. So if there is something happening, that's the policy change. The problem is the government did not explain why private sector penetration, FDI investment is the best way to develop agriculture. And contract farming. In Indonesia, it has increased production 2.5 times. Egypt, 3% of their investment is on agricultural R&D. South Korea, each district goes in for specialization in what they do. Who gains? Industry gains. So you are not looking at an Nirbhar Bharat where you're taking agriculture and industry as brothers in arms. You're looking at as we are industrialists, and you're having the urban sector grow at the cost of rural sector. And the disquiet will actually turn the apple carts. If there is going to be a civil war tomorrow in India, it's because you will not be able to accept that I'm unable to feed my child, whereas the person who rolls by me, a fellow Indian, is got a 2.5 crore cars. So this kind of policy, I'm going back very simply. In the 60s decade, if you were living in the city, how many of you had a Darwan in front of you in your house? Today, we are paying the price of having a security guard, gated community. Why do you need that? Because the civil unrest is becoming extremely difficult. Inclusive growth is not charity. It's not Mother Teresa saying, let's take care of the poor. Inclusive growth is for your own selfish salvation. You cannot have a country running with 85% out of the zone of your thinking. And if you have to activate them, use their resources, develop them, teach them the technology, digitalize them, market your economy, and use your industry based on what you can produce. Horticulture, animal husbandry, beekeeping, blue economy with fisheries. The sky is the limit. When you buy Kellogg's, condensed milk, Cadbury's, what are these products? These are all agro-based products. We do not have an integrated thinking on how to take the economy forward. Economists say something, policymakers execute it, but they don't educate the people. This was passed in parliament and then run down saying, what are you doing to the farmers? My question is, what have we done to the farmers? Has it been a national movement or has it been a regional movement? Why should you have film stars holding on to large plots of land and say, I'm income tax free because I'm a declared farmer? You've had one of the top film stars declaring himself as a farmer. Why? To evade taxes. And we fall into that net and we do away with this. So if Nirbhar Bharat has to make sense, it has to be through sectoral articulation. 70% of your economy is agriculture. You'll have to depend on agriculture, and that is your strength, and make industry subservient to it. IRDP is your country's problem, and that is Atmanirbhar Bharat. Our president told us about the Atmanirbhar proposition in terms of rural, defense capabilities. I'm just saying, in a larger picture, you need a balanced growth, or else go for an unbalanced growth. And the unbalanced growth is social overhead capital and DPAs, directly productive activities or infrastructure. And the problem with SOCs, and we are stressing on infrastructure a lot here, is that they are highly inflationary in nature, because it takes about 8 years for the translation or making of a bridge or a road. But they create greater opportunities. America is America because it has an 8-lane traffic lane. War preparedness. We need infrastructure. We need extensive development. We need agriculture. We need to make agriculture our strength. If Australia can do it, if ITC can do it, our strength is agriculture, and make industry subservient to it. And that's the model that we should follow. The last element is, when we talk about small scale industries, that's not a reserve forest. We have to teach them how to earn foreign exchange, not through handicrafts and basket making. That is survival. You'll have to be a part of the supply chain, where a part and a process is developed so that you learn to earn $1, or you learn to earn £1, which is a return 100 times more or 75 times more. No one can give you a greater growth than earning foreign exchange through your process. Where is your embassy giving the marketing intelligence to your MSME groups, saying this is what Philippines is doing, Korea is doing, China is doing, so give me a pair of scissors, assemble this or galvanize this item, and these are the rates, and we have dealers to do it. We'll have to rethink our entire story. Every element will be Atmanirbhar if you are self-sufficient, which means imports plus debt must be equal to your export earnings. And mind you, we are still lagging behind there. I think we need a long lecture for this. I'll stop at that. Unless we create a balance between agriculture and industry, and the seesaw should actually be going heavily towards the rural sector, we are in for trouble. Growth will suffer, and get stifled. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mukherjee. In fact, clearly pointing out the inadequacies and challenges in our policies, especially in terms of agricultural sector, and suggesting ways for taking them. We'll miss your long lecture, but we have got the hint, in fact. The floor is open. Please be very brief and please identify the panelist to whom your question is directed.
Thanks for the lecture. I learned from this. I have two specific questions. One is to Dr. Dua. I want to learn what should be the proportion or the existing situation if we want to trade off between importing total defense expenditure, if we want to reduce it for self-sufficiency, what do you think the proportion should be for importing the exported items and substitute it by our own production? If you have any idea that there is scope, but still we are importing this, if you have some idea, please tell us. Second is to Dr. Suman Mukherjee. Very nice lecture and all this, but I am only one reservation: the way land is going out from agriculture to industry or urbanization, that is the critical problem. And we are also learning so much. Airport is being built at the cost of environment, at the cost of forest, and at the cost of agriculture. So what is your idea about this, how to preserve the agricultural land in the context of development of agriculture? Okay. Thanks.
Let Mr. Dua first speak. I think
He
you
is
silent-
perhaps not available. In fact, we can collect the question from.
No, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, yes, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had muted myself. What I want to say is the proportions which between how much you want to spend on Atmanirbharta or others would depend upon the priority which you are attaching to a particular sector. For instance, the government has taken a conscious decision now in the last couple of years and identified 15 sectors of manufacturing for PLI scheme. That it is, you do well, the government has said these 15 sectors, we attach high importance. Importance to a couple of them because of labor intensity, textiles, food processing. A couple of them defense oriented, including in that we've also taken in certain multi-use items. For instance, the 16th item being added there is semiconductors or the chips which are required everywhere else, and government is still working out what should be the budget for the schemes for the semiconductors. All others, automobiles, certain amount of importance given, including to the EVs, drugs and medical equipment, importance given. So we have taken as consciously a decision that these 15 sectors are important. Government will subsidize by way of incentive for bringing in technology, adhering to standards so that the goods can be exported, as well as increase their production. That's why these are called production-linked incentives. I would say this is a good way of going forward. You can't have an absolute proportion. It would change from industry to industry, and your allocations must reflect what you are emphasizing. That is, put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah. No. Okay, your question requires actually another seminar, but I'll just tell you this. If 70% of the people are in agriculture, how can you think of growth if you don't have them in your mind? Now that should be used as a market for the industry to grow. Only problem is we are not still sure how to define. See, there are two things which I think most of the institutes are not dwelling on. One is agricultural economics. We have some of them in urban areas, and there's an urban bias in our rural planning because even the planning is done by people who've never been and lived in villages. The second problem is when you look at the small sector, we believe the small sector will generate jobs. They won't unless you know how to define it. See, there's a difference between plant size, firm size, and industry size. If the plant is light, then it's labor intensive. But if it's medium, like most of the jute mills are, then by definition, you'll call it a large industry because you're looking at it as a firm size, and they tend to stay together. So we are still not clear how to look at and define an industry. For years, we were defining it in terms of capital investment. America goes by output. Last year onwards, we've started looking at output, but that still remains a firm measure. It's not a plant measure. And industry size is industry size. If it's consumer based, then you have the whole market. So it's a very large industry if you're selling fans. It's not what unit are you selling it in? What's the scope of it? Definitionally, atomic research is very small because its scope is very limited as of now. So there's a difference between plant size, firm size, and industry size, which has not creeped in our definition. And we have not taught the lesson of saying, be in your business, not for survival, but be there to earn foreign exchange. Look at China. The smallest, from needles to pins to Boeings, they're capable of doing everything. So each part of the product has to be developed in the country. And then you have on a speedboat.
Okay, we have another, yes.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. This is Dr. Lalima Mukherjee from Business Administration Department, UEM, Kolkata. Since I am from the field of economics, I have my question specifically to Shuman sir. I just want to know certain basics. Hearing from you about 90% people who are having only 5% of the wealth and 5% people having 90% of the wealth, and the earlier session, the political kind of explanation and border kind of explanation. Based on all this, I have a very basic question. Being from this field, how do you see demographics? How do you see population leading to all these factors? And another thing which I think was very delicately touched, that is probably corruption. And we are thinking of India as a whole, but since I am from Kolkata, born here, I would just ask you, how can Kolkata or how can Bengal rather contribute to the thing, or to be in the think tank as far as the policies are concerned? And don't you think, just like what you have mentioned, and we all know that planning 5-year plans probably were disruptive or disrupted or discontinued because of one of the basic reasons, that Indian planning had a top-down approach, but now I think Niti Aayog, I actually don't know what happens in reality. Niti Aayog has a bottom-up approach, which is very much required. You are very correct that in the sense that people who are planning or who are making policy for the downtrodden, they actually don't know what is hunger or what is things like that. So based on that, what is your take basically on population? Don't you think that having a large number of people are creating that kind of, or this kind of things which we are facing? Based on that, or allied to that, is the corruption. And another thing is how much serious we are when we talk about the policy prescriptions. Don't you think education and health, specifically, if I talk about West Bengal in this forum, don't you think that is very much working on references rather than intellects? Thank you.
Yes, I think you've given Ceners-K the homework to set up a seminar just on this issue. We cannot take this issue up now. It'll take us to evening. So we'll have a seminar specifically on this. But you're right. We need to look at an integrated way of education, human resource development, and all that. I'll keep it at that. I agree with you in most cases. I'll just sum it up by saying, when the love for power is greater than the power of love, and when there is no self-respect with self-reliance, you get the country you get. Yes. Yes, Abhijit, your question.
Okay, we are running behind schedule, so
Just
please be
small
brief.
questions, a small question, and I'm sure he will say yes or no. Sir,
Hey, don't have to serve me. You know it for
no,
another
sir,
food.
please, you are in the chair. Sir, tell me, has corruption been defined ever? One, in India, or ever, anywhere? Number two, has terrorism been defined, terrorism and corruption, have they ever been defined properly in any organization, whether it's UN, this, that, High Commissioner for Refugees, and UN has got so many ABCD. So they have never been defined. So without, as a lawyer, I'm asking, sir, without a definition, without giving a specific thing, putting it across, what is corruption? Even the Prevention of Corruption Act, case after case, it fails. The question is why? How do you define corruption? How do you define terrorism? I mean, terrorism, is liberation for me, and he is a martyr for someone else. Exactly is the corruption. That's what I feel.
Agreed.
No, but what is your view, sir?
Yeah, this needs to be defined, but let me tell you, in Stanford, they had the research on terrorism, and they declared Joan of Arc as a terrorist. When you do a certain act which threatens others, when somebody goes up on a terrace and threatens to jump, Anthony Quinn for that matter, that's a terrorist act. So you're right, we need to define terrorism. You need to define corruption. When you can't go to bed with peace in mind, you're corrupt. I'll put it as simple as that.
So they sleep better.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. We had a very probing session, in fact, into specific issues. We had a wide range of issues coming up with regard to Atma Nirbharata. Self-reliance has been an age-old kind of goal objective for India, but I think it is the Atmanirbhar attitude that counts. So, how long or how far we are Atmanirbhar in our own attitude, that is one important issue to be decided. And since Dr. Shuman Mukherjee is talking about arranging seminars on every other aspect, so let there be a seminar on these as well. So thank you very much. I thank the panelists, Dr. Duab, ACM Marupraha, and also Dr. Mukherjee, and also the people who have patiently stayed with us during the session. Thank you very much. I will draw this session to a close.
Thank you participants for this second session. May I just request the mementos to be handed over by the chair to the other two participants. Dr. Dua unfortunately is not here with us, but we hold on to his memento. We will have it delivered or wish for better opportunities when he comes here and gets it. Thank you so much, Dr. Dua.
Thank you so much.
May I now request Dr. Mukherjee to stay on as the chair for the third session. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, I request you that please be brief with you in the question and answer session. We would like to finish on time. As it is, we have overshot by about 20 odd minutes, and we'd like to restrict that. The third session at the moment is panel discussion on the changes in India's external trading environment, and bridging the current account deficit. As speakers, we have General Arun Roy. Please take the dais, sir. And Mr. Harsh Podar. Harsh, please take the dais. And we have Professor Dr. Rohit Mehtani, Professor of International Business Strategy and Global Political Economy from the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, Delhi, who will be on virtual address. Dr. Mukherjee will be on the chair. To commence the session without any delay, may I request Dr. Rohit Mehtani to take on his part of the presentation. Thank you. Dr. Mukherjee will be there shortly. He's just gone around the corner. Thank you, Dr. Mehtani.
Good afternoon to all of you. It's my pleasure to be here with all of you today. I hope I'm audible and visible clearly to all of you. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are. You are, sir.
Okay, thank you. I could hear that. So it's a pleasure to be here, to be on the panel, and to be talking about a topic which is so widely debated today. In fact, when we talk about India's trading environment is always in a state of flux. In fact, if we look, we can look at the developments of the last 2 years, which would be the time period of the COVID crisis. We can take it back, the time period just before the COVID crisis. That was the time, of Trump administration in USA. That was the time period of rising disenchantment of USA with the multilateral trade organization, WTO, and even the regional trade blocs in which USA was participating, including the mega trade bloc in which USA was a lead player. And then that was also the time period of trade friction, between USA and China. That was what we witnessed immediately before the crisis. And that was also the time period which was filled with, debate with regard to the implications of Britain exiting from European Union. In fact, India at that time was negotiating a trade agreement with European Union comprising of 28 member countries. And when Britain exited, then we had to restructure our negotiations, because now we would be required to negotiate with European Union 27 and negotiate with Britain separately. That is what was the concern at that time. Or if we go back further, before Trump administration and Brexit, that was the time period when we had more and more concerns arising out of Eurozone crisis. Brexit at that time. Or that was also the time when Doha round of negotiations was having an impasse, was in a logjam. And India at that time had taken a stand on food security issues. And if we go still further beyond, that is the time period of the financial crisis. 2007, 2008, that seemed to be brought into force some kind of revival of Keynesianism or rising fiscal deficits, or a call being made for deglobalization at that time. So just look at these chain of events before the crisis. Now, if we come down to this crisis period, it can itself be divided into two distinct stages. Stage one is the early stage. No, at that time there was a lot of fear, uncertainty with regard to what was happening in the world. There was a concern with regard to being self-sufficient. Self-sufficiency became a major concern. Then there was this urgent need to be able to fight the disease, a race to find the vaccination. And then there was also this lack of trust that world seemed to have with China. And then concerns with regard to concentration of global production in China. All the global value chains seem to be passing through China. So there was this need felt that maybe we now need to, give a new structure to these global value chains. Maybe we need to shift production systems to some other locations. These were the major concerns. And we had our own issues with China arising out of the border, related concerns. That was the first stage of the crisis. Now, if we look at the second stage, which is the ongoing stage, this is the stage where we see the whole debate, revolving around the Ukraine and Russia crisis. And then what is the immediate outcome of this? That there is a rise in the commodity prices, petroleum prices. There is a further disruption in global value chains. I'm saying disruption because this process actually started in the stage one itself. There was some revival, things have been improving, but now we again seem to be having more problems. And there is a lot of uncertainty now. And there are inflationary tendencies because of rise in the commodity prices. And we are going to see now more and more, or a quickening pace of monetary policy normalization also because of this. So these are the things that we are seeing in the stage two of this of the crisis. I hope we do not have more stages to see in this crisis, but there is a lot of certainty with regard to when this all is going to end and what the post-crisis scenario is going to be like. In fact, if you look at the debate that has been going on with regard to the divide that we see in the world, you begin with a divide that we saw in the form of divide between East and West earlier on, which was quickly replaced by divide between the pro-globalists and the anti-globalists in the 90s. And then we saw more twists and turns in this divide during the Trump years and during the Brexit time. And now there is already this talk of new kind of divide that we are seeing in the world, and that divide seems to be between autocracies and democracies. In fact, that would take the discussion to certain different directions, so I don't want to get into that. Now, if we look at the problems that a country like India, or for that matter, any other developing country would be facing. India, because if we look at our current account, or if we look at our trade, merchandise trade, and if you look on the import side of our merchandise trade, petroleum imports constitute a major portion of our import payments, import bill. 24% of our imports are constituted by import of petrol. So that is the kind of weightage that we have of import of petroleum in our import basket. Then we have 13% of imports constituted by import of precious metal, bullion, gold, silver, etc. So if we combine these two together, petroleum and bullion, they together constitute about 40% of our import. But let's confine to petroleum because that is the cause of the concern today. So it is but natural that we always remain on the edge. Whenever there is a variation or any deviation or any rise in the petroleum price or any disruption in the petroleum supplies, it causes a problem for us. Because 80% of our petroleum is imported from abroad. So that is an immediate impact on our import bill. And if we look at the figures, that I had with me, and we can immediately see that the impact of that. If we look at the provisional or the estimates that we have with regard to the year 21-22, the statistics that we have. In fact, the Q4 data will be announced by RBI. It has yet not been done, but then we have some estimates that balance of trade, the deficit that we have at the moment, or that what is being projected is about $192 billion. And this is much higher than what we had last year. And last year may not be the right base year because that was the height of the crisis. But this is in itself quite a significant figure, $192 billion. And $611 billion of imports and $419 billion worth of exports. And that is what creates a trade deficit of $192 billion. Now there are this trade deficit, and it is a normal or a regular tenet of our balance of payment, which has not changed over the years, that we always have, most of the times we have had deficit in our trade, which is mitigated to some extent by the surplus that we generate in the services trade. And if you look at these figures for the year 21-22, we are seeing a surplus to the tune of $105 billion being generated in the services trade. So that takes care of the $192 billion worth of trade deficit that we have, merchandise trade deficit. Now if we look at the other components of our current account, we generate surplus in the unilateral transfers in the form of private transfers, which are largely on account of remittances. And if we look at the World Bank projections for this year, they are going to be somewhere around $80–85 billion. So this is also a very significant figure, which will help us in mitigating the huge trade deficit that we are having, merchandise trade deficit. The other important figures in the current account is the income transfers. The incomes generated on the investments made in the previous years. So that is estimated to be somewhere around, we are going to have a deficit there, because of course there is more outflow of investment incomes rather than the inflow of incomes that we have in other country, in our country. So therefore there is a deficit. And this deficit is going to be to the tune of about $40 billion. So we have $192 billion worth of deficit in the merchandise trade, about $40 billion deficit in the investment incomes. We generate a surplus of $105 billion in the services trade, and another $80–90 billion in the unilateral transfers. These are the figures that we have. And the current account deficit is going to be somewhere in the range of $40–45 billion, which would be around 1 to 2 or 1–2.3% of GDP of our country. Now, if we look at the quarter-wise breakup of this year 21-22, in the Q3 we had a current account deficit of 2.7%. In the Q2 it was 1.3%, and in the Q1, in fact, we had generated a surplus of 0.9%. So this Q4 and the problem that we are seeing in this quarter, and because of which our import bill is rising, and because of which we also are having problems in capital account, I will come to that slightly later on. These have become a cause of immediate concern. Now, another important feature of our balance of payment has been that the deficit that we have in the current account is met by the surplus that we generate in the capital account. And this surplus is generated because of our external borrowings of all kinds, because of the net FDIs and the net foreign portfolio investments, and along with that banking capital, which basically comprises of NRI deposits. And then there is a miscellaneous heading of comprising of other capital. So what is important here is, and what has become a major cause of concern now, is that we have seen in the Q4, or even if we project it to the entire year, or Q4 itself, because that is a time period which is coinciding with the crisis, we are seeing, if we combine the 3 quarters together, the figures that I have with me just now, we are seeing in the decline in the net FDI, which is a major cause of concern for us at the moment. Let me give you the exact figure. 26.50 billion dollars. And the foreign portfolio investment, we have a net figure of minus $1.5 billion. So if we combine these two, we have $25 billion worth of foreign investments coming in 3 quarters. Now, if we compare it with the kind of foreign investments that we received last year, which would be foreign direct investment figure that I have with me is $44 billion and foreign portfolio investments of $36.1 billion. That would mean foreign investment of $80 billion. So if we look at the figures of the 3 quarters, we just have $25 billion, and the figures for the 4th quarter are not yet available. They will be available very soon. But then, of course, how much higher we can take the two from $25 billion, and especially if we compare it with the $80 billion that we had last time. So that means what? If the capital account surplus that we are generating is going to get compensated by, is going to get compromised by decline in the foreign investments, to that extent, we will, our net addition to the foreign exchange reserves that we have in the country would decline. Yes, we are going to have a surplus in the capital account, which will surpass the current account deficit. But if we had received more investments, and if there had been no net outflow of foreign portfolio investments, then our capital account surplus would have been much higher, and we would have been able to contribute much more to our foreign exchange reserves. In fact, if you look at the foreign exchange reserve, there also we see some cause of concern lately, because we saw a peak of foreign exchange reserves of about $640 billion in September last year. That was the highest foreign reserves that we have had, foreign exchange reserves. But the latest figures, of 8th of April this year, they are telling us that we now have foreign exchange reserves of $604 billion. So, and during the crisis period itself, RBI had to spend about $29 billion to support our rupee, which has also depreciated to some extent vis-a-vis the US dollar. So therefore, it is very important for us to have to be able to generate enough surplus in the capital account, which can take care of our current account deficit and continue to make contribution to our reserves. Now let's come back to the current account, because that is the topic here that we have. As I said, that our deficit in the merchandise trade is met by surplus in the services trade and remittances, and then we also have some outflow in terms of outflow of investment incomes. So the only way we can control our current account deficit is by trying to contain the trade deficit, merchandise trade deficit, and continue to work for promoting export of services. Remittances we have to maintain, of course. We would continue to maintain that figure. India, in fact, is the biggest receiver of remittances in the world, followed by China. As far as investment incomes outflow is concerned, this is something connected with the investments that come to our country. So if we are selling our country and we are aggressively trying to sell our country as an investment destination, and if we continue to receive investments, it is but natural that we will have more and more outflow in the form of investment incomes under this heading. So if we have outflow under the investment incomes, it is something which is connected with the huge foreign direct or foreign portfolio investments that we get in the country. So that may not be a cause of concern, but continuing to have remittances is important for us, and continuing to generate surplus in the services trade is important for us. And as far as merchandise trade is concerned, there are, and if you look at the deficit, there are controllable and uncontrollable factors. Uncontrollable, that we have to import petroleum, and any variation in the prices in the petroleum market, is going to have an immediate impact on us. In fact, if you look at the entire import basket of the country, our import compressibility is very low. As I told you earlier on, that the major chunk of the import is on account of, in fact, if you look at the import statistics of our country, it is basically divided into two broad categories: OGL versus other imports. OGL would mean oil, gas, and lubricants, which means food, petroleum, basically. So we are spending a huge amount on petroleum imports, and the balance is all other imports. And when we look at other imports, it is again bifurcated into bullion, which is precious metal that we import, and all other imports. So as far as bullion is concerned, a major chunk of the bullion that we are importing is re-exported in the form of gems and jewelry that we are exporting from our country. But then an important chunk of it is also consumed in the domestic market. So when it comes to curtailing our import bill, the only way we can control our import bill is by trying to cut down on the domestic consumption of precious metal. As far as precious metal that we are importing for export-related production, that we need not cut down, because in any case we are adding value to it, and then we are generating export earnings from that. As far as other imports are concerned, if we look at all the headings, they are all mostly essential imports. Only a small fraction of that would be non-essential, or it would be counted as non-essential. So if we take into factor all these considerations, then we find that our import compressibility actually is very low. So we cannot do much on the import side. Very limited thing we can do. So the only way we can take care of this problem is by acting on the export side. And that is what our foreign trade policy attempts to do. How do we increase our exports? And so therefore, if you look at our foreign trade policy, you have and the thinking that goes on in the government with regard to the creating an export infrastructure, or the ecosystem that we need to encourage exports from this country, or to encourage businesses to get into export, or to do more and more exporting. That is where we are basically mostly focusing on in our trade policy. How do we sell more of the products in the existing in the existing markets? Or how do we sell these products in the new markets? Or how do we cultivate new products which we can sell in the existing markets as well as in the new markets? And when it comes to existing products, we want to add more and more value to it. That means we would want to move from more and more export of primary products to more and more export of manufactured goods. So this is what we attempt to do. And this can also be correlated with the trade diplomacy that we pursue. In fact, if we look at the trade agreements which India has entered into or continues to negotiate, what we see there is that instead of simple free trade agreements, India needs more and more of comprehensive economic partnership agreements, and that is what exactly India is doing. So why we need to do that? Because free trade agreement, if it is confined only to merchandise goods, merchandise trade, will address only the merchandise heading in the current account, merchandise trade heading in the current account. But if we include services in our agreements, then we also are able to address our concerns or the importance that we have in continuing to generate surplus in the services trade. So we want to cover services trade also in the agreements. And then we also want to include investments, because as we noted that in the capital account, it is important for us to be able to generate more and more surplus in the capital account through more and more non-debt capital movements, which would be basically in the form of FDIs and FDIs. So we want to continue to want to sell our country as an investment destination. So that is why, if we look at the total number of trade agreements, I have the figure with me, and I got these figures from the WTO. India has, as of now, notified 17 regional trade agreements that we have entered into in WTO. Out of these 17, 7 of the trade agreements also include services. And they would also include investments and other important matters, because they are all being referred to as comprehensive economic partnership agreements. And in fact, the 2 of the agreements which India has just now concluded with UK and UAE, they have not yet been notified to the WTO. That is why I'm not able to see that on the WTO side. Because if we include those 2 also, and in fact, the government, we are also going to extend the agreement that we have entered into with UAE to the Gulf Cooperation Council. That is also being worked out. So all these 3 agreements would be notified to WTO, and as and when they get notified, the number of regional trade agreements that are operational involving our country would become 20. And there are certain other agreements which have been notified to the WTO in the form of early announcements. The one which we have in the form of Bay of Bengal Initiative, BIMSTEC, or the agreement that we are working out with European Free Trade Area, or the agreement that we are discussing with European Union, or the agreement that we are going to at this time negotiating with the South African Customs Union. These are the agreements which have already been notified to the World Trade Organization in the form of early announcements. That means they are still being negotiated. So,
Dr. Mithani.
Yes, please.
I have a question for you, and you can chew on that while
Yes,
I
please.
ask the others
Yes,
to
yes, please.
speak on
I
it.
think I have exceeded the time. Maybe I've lost.
No.
The
question is, how will cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, affect our trade balances, or will they not at all? I mean, that's a question that I thought is very pertinent. Will it worsen the trade position because our earnings might be siphoned off in cryptocurrencies? So that's a question that I have for you. Please give me a reply after you've heard the other panelists here. Can I now ask, you can complete whatever you want to say while you answer this question. We are actually running out of time.
Yes, I realize that. Good that
and I can see the audience is almost collapsing because of hunger pangs. So I'll shift the gear to Major General Arun Roy, the Vice President Finance of Ceners-K.
Thank you, Mr. Mithani. Thank you, Chair. Most of the speakers in general, and Mr. Mithani in particular, has covered extensively the issue of trade in our immediate and extended neighborhood, as also the issue of the CAD in detail. However, going back in general, I would like to say, I'm very thankful for the organizers to have given this map. I would request you all to look at this map for a few seconds. The map starts speaking to you. Where are the powerful entities? Where are the weaker entities? Where are the connectivities, etc.? It will start speaking to you. As you concentrate on my talk, please keep looking at the map also. We live in a tough neighborhood. And like relatives, we cannot change that. So what is the alternative? You know, the powerful neighbor has always coveted the possessions of the weaker neighbor. Alternative lies only in one thing: become as powerful as your neighbor, or you become a vassal state. Becoming powerful, the quicker, the better. I think the Air Chief Marshal and others have spoken on this aspect, and we cannot depend on anyone per se on this particular issue. Further afield, if you look at the map, there is China. China has got a large expatriate population in our neighborhood, right up to extending to the Oceania region. And of course, there is the omnipresent US and its allies, also right up to the Oceania, Polynesia, and Micronesia. Now, in this extended and external trade environment, where does India stand? Everybody has told you good trade leads to better economy. Better economy leads to better gross or comprehensive national power that Air Chief Marshal talked on. How does the military fit in? The economy and the military are the undergirds for each other. If you have a weak military, the stronger neighbor will ride all over you despite the fact that you have a strong economy. And what does a strong economy do? It feeds and maintains the military. If you don't maintain the military, you will not have a fit and ready military. Now that said, let us come to our external environment. First elephant in the room is China. The domestic politics of China have played a profound role in shaping China's behavior. I think Professor Majumdar talked about it in passing. In the domestic and international, for crucial domestic factors that have driven China's side. It is Paul put up on the slide. Geography in detail touched by Professor Majumdar as well as Mr. Bhattacharya. Together with these four drivers, these help to explain why China has chosen certain initiatives and actions. It is the world's factory per se. We cannot deny it since 1980, whose manufacturing prowess and systems has put every other nation in a trade deficit, whoever is doing trade with China. No discussion on this aspect can be held because there is no other discussion or argument on this issue. They have subsidized the people of the entire world. I mean, I say subsidized, you can get a Chinese shirt in USA for $20 and you can't even get a shirt made in USA. And if you try to get it, it'll be something like the Sotheby's auction. Now coming down to the second region, South Asia. Now, South Asian economies have suffered losses due to the ongoing pandemic-19. But there are other issues which are also very responsible. Please take your view to the slide. They're all given there. South Asia may gain enormously if they're not changing? I'm doing it. Yeah, okay. Oh, sorry. कहाँ दिखाना है भाई? Okay. I'm sorry, I was not looking at this thing. Okay. Let's say, what are the reasons for the slag in the South Asian economy? It's there on the slide. South Asia may gain enormously if the countries reduce the conflicts across the borders and secure improvement in both hard and soft infrastructure. Facilitating business beyond the border means enhanced trade facilitation and connectivity. Many people miss out on the fact of connectivity being by road, by air. No. Most important is connectivity between the people, inland waterways, ocean, and all other systems. connectivity. Making an appropriate policy choices. These are the policy choices. I'm sorry. Okay. Now, South Asia has to enhance its own connectivity, trade facilitation, etc., which is there on the slide given. Intra-regional trade in South Asia had increased from less than 2% in 1990 to about 5% in 2006, when the South Asia Free Trade Agreement was signed. The previous panelists spoke that the free trade agreement is not the way to go. Perhaps a comprehensive trade agreement with nations would be the answer. Surely we all know that NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, has also been changed now to a sort of a understanding of a comprehensive trade agreement, which is going on now between them, and it has improved. The rest of the points are over there. Simply put, in a few words, better connectivity between the nations will facilitate higher growth. In South Asia, Bangladesh, India, Nepal actually have been growing relatively faster than most other nations of the world. However, the intra-South Asia trade lags behind. We know the reasons why. Now let us take the region as a whole. The well-established fact is that neighboring Southeast Asia and East Asia outperform South Asia as in inter-regional trade. They are well ahead of us. They are mature economies. We cannot compete with them as yet. The political and economic consequences of growing Asian integration, the evolving Asian security architecture, as also China's ever-changing perceptions of India and India's emerging relations with Japan, Korea, Taiwan, and Australia are factors that will henceforth need a closer look. Now, before going on to Southeast Asia and ASEAN in detail, I would like to get one issue clear. We somehow or the other, somewhere, we touched upon the Ukraine and the Russian issue, which is ongoing at the moment. We must remember that any conflict anywhere in the world will affect somebody or the other. However, what we as a nation need to be prepared now to understand that you will hear the word Eurasia much more, and you will hear the word inter-Asian trade and economy much more than what you have heard earlier. Now, talking about South Asia, though there are political and ideological differences between South Asia and ASEAN nations, it may not hamper trade because there are strong bonds that have been given. It identifies that the cooperation between them in terms of trade and commerce is upheld in the region as per the given potential of these economically matured nations, mainly because of the issue that we need to start connecting with that. And the Air Chief Marshal talked about the northeastern region being the takeoff point for this. The challenges during the pandemic have brought ASEAN and India closer. We have extended practical support to each other during these times of stress across the world. ASEAN is held up as a good example of successful regionalism, multilateralism, and globalization, which we as South Asia are not. It is also a testimony to the success of ASEAN that it is widely perceived that as the foundation of the evolving strategic and economic architecture of the larger region, it requires the East Asian geopolitics, economic relation investment for the betterment of all the nations. Now, I would like to touch upon 4 acronyms. One is the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, or AOIP in short. Then the Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative of India. There is another one, the Sagar, which you all are aware of. There is another one, BIMSTEC, which also held a recent conference in Sri Lanka. Although I'm a little confused with all this, not being an economic person, not being an industrialist either, but I think they are overlapping each other, which is not a very good thing, and it should be brought back into a comprehensive one particular issue. Now, the deepening of ASEAN-Indian trade integration, the facilitation of non-tariff measures, these are all given on the slide. Now, in the past, the Indian economy was linked with the Southeast Asia. We are now trying to have connectivity, the tribe, what you call the TH, what they call the tribal highway to Thailand, Myanmar, right up to, some want to take it up to Vietnam. I would just like to tell or remind all of us with a word of caution. If you take the Northeast as of today, I haven't seen it change in the last 50 years, dynamically. So why I say this is we need to build capacity in Southeast Asia, otherwise, in Northeast region, otherwise you will just see trade coming one way, that is from outside to inside and nothing going out from here. And that is not a very good situation for any country. National and regional interests, Abhijit Bhattacharya has talked about it quite eloquently. In India's Act East policy also, this must be ingrained. What is in our national interests? And only allow that. Our security and growth for all the region, that is Sagar, has already, I have touched upon this. In the maritime transport sector, since its inception, the Indo-Pacific construct, debates have revolved around the 2 most critical issues. With the first issue of geographical scope getting more or less settled, and the second and equally important issues of creating and enabling institutional frameworks as assuming the Center Asia stage Indo-Pacific. Why I'm having to change page and read, because much of it is, my talk has been already covered earlier. I don't want to repeat it. Coming down to the next slide, let's see what is the aspects of the Indo-Pacific architecture. It is given on the slide. Now, sustainable development goals, I think you spoke about it.
Yeah, briefly.
What are the issues? Issues pertaining to resilient economic recovery, financing challenges, climate-related sovereigns, risk management in Asia, Pacific in general, and India in particular. And explore the opportunities of maritime sector cooperating in building and comprehensive architecture. This is, as a whole, I wanted to talk about this in some manner. And coming down to the previous panel's talk about a comprehensive strategic partnership. We have signed one with Vietnam. We have come some distance since then and have good reason to be satisfied with the state of progress of that particular agreement. Yet, there is an occasion to take stock as well. We have been supportive of each other's objectives. We both are societies which are fiercely independent. And I would like to reiterate this word for all our previous panelists who have been speaking about foreign policy, etc. We have to be independent. We are big enough. We have a large enough economy to have independent foreign policy of our own. I think, Abhijit, you talked about it on this issue. The map will also tell you that. We are both societies which are fiercely independent and deeply committed to maintaining our freedom of choice. These traits make us the foundation of a multipolar Asia, as different from a multipolar world. Let us not confuse ourselves with a multipolar world or a unipolar world or a bipolar world. Forget it. It is in the past. Now, as I told you, you have to start thinking of Eurasia and Asia as words much more, and I'm talking about a multipolar Asia. I would like to say over here, ASEAN nations have welcomed the India's contention of ASEAN centrality to entire Indo-Pacific. You have a look at the map. You will see why ASEAN nations are central to this thing, and I will come a little later what is happening. We look forward to greater Indo-ASEAN cooperation in the region. Also covered was regional and international issues of common interest and concern, including China, South China Sea, and territories in our agreement with Vietnam. We also talked about the UN Charter of Laws of the Seas, which America and the entire world, in fact, have been talking about in South China Sea. In the recent past, Mr. Piyush Goyal called for a renegotiation of India-ASEAN Free Trade Agreement. He gave its excuse that to prevent the misuse by third parties, over here we all know whom we are talking about, and remove trade restrictions as well as non-tariff barriers. He stressed on the emerging global value chains, GVCs for short. By the way, I did not know what the short form earlier meant, but now I know, having taken on this issue, thanks to Brigadier Mukherjee over here. Opportunities post-COVID-19 and Indo-ASEAN relations, especially to explore the sectors and particular niches. Now there is the IMT-GT connected to the trilateral highway that I was talking about. Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, growth triangle. We are all aware, mature communities, they are doing well. However, where is the weak link? The weak link are Cambodia, Myanmar, PDR, Laos. Now, when you have such an imbalance in a particular group, obviously people are going to think twice or thrice on this particular aspect. Now, I would like to come to the talk of the future. I'm sure all of you have heard of Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. Initially, to begin with, we had the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which the moment President Trump came into office, he threw it out of the window. He replaced it with the word comprehensive and progressive agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. Really, I do not know the difference. What happened was China wanted to become a member of the CMTPP, which was actually letting loose the cat in a pigeon's cage. Now, the Americans did not know what to do with it. So without going into anything, the Biden administration, having come into power, has presented the outlines of an Indo-Pacific Economic Framework as a proposed vehicle for the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, or proposed vehicle for economic engagement in this region. A credible and durable economic strategy in Asia is, of course, critical in advancing to their commercial, their diplomatic, and their strategic interests, not India's. You must understand this at this moment. US is insisting that it is not an anti-China issue. The driving force for this initiative, as per them, is given on the slide. It holds promise in this region, but needs to be developed in a way that meets several tests. Now, what are these tests? And if you look at these tests, you will understand where India stands. Interestingly, you will also notice, and that's why I kept referring to the map, it does not believe in the ASEAN centrality. The article says that the administration is unlikely to be able to invite all 10 members of the countries of ASEAN to participate in the IPF whenever the meeting takes place, despite its focus on enhancing relations with ASEAN in its first year. Now, I think it is again confusing. It is contradictory. It doesn't lead us to any path. To me, as an observer of this IPF and whatever I've read what the Americans want to do in future, it seems that IPF may divide the ASEAN in the future, which may be used for US expansion in this region. Instead of building an Indo-Pacific economic framework, it may undo the progress in the Indo-Pacific by other participating countries like Japan, Indonesia, and India. Finally, this will further strengthen the ASEAN-China partnership more because of its large expatriate population, Chinese population in ASEAN. So what is the Biden administration considering? Limiting participation in the framework, at least initially, to willing partners in East Asia and Oceania. This group may exclude many Indo-Pacific countries and will include US treaty allies such as Japan, the Republic of Korea, Australia, and New Zealand, as well as close partners like Singapore. It may include India because of its largeness, because of its GDP, because of its large military power, notwithstanding the bad equipment, Russian equipment that we have, or other South Asian countries such as Bangladesh or Sri Lanka. IPF is not going to include Pacific-facing nations like Chile, Canada, Mexico, Peru, and such. What will be the focus of IPS? It's all given on the slide. This is as per the American view. What will be the focus? Now, if you study the focus carefully, at the second point, standards, we may not be able to meet the labor standards that they're setting out, or the worker standards, or the quality control at the stage that we are. So we will perforce have to stay out of it for some time. This was just an overview of this focus of IPF I gave. Now, at the end of my talk, I would like to touch upon a few things that I felt was important during the talk, which from this thing. We heard from Dr. Suman Mukherjee, the chair over here, about the foreign currency lying idle. I would like to remind all our viewers, there was a reason why this foreign currency, India wanted to keep its own currency from going up too much. And at the present moment, it is selling a lot of dollars to regain that. India and Switzerland are the only two countries which did this. About the CAD issue, it ties into this, which Mr. Mithani has talked about in some detail. Now, about talking about capacity building in Northeast region, I'll just give you an example. Mr. Walton, the owner of the, what do you call this, famous American group, Walmart. In 1997, he wanted India to produce 1 million shirts. He wanted to stop importing from China. The Indian government, the Indian private sector, the Indian industrialists could not produce 1 million shirts which they could sell. So there was no capacity building in that time. Even today, I don't think in a month, India can produce 1 million shirts, sadly, because we are not looking at it, because our businessmen Our industrialists are looking at business and industry in a different manner. You see, a business or an industry house which is created, let us say like Tatas, who work over centuries, they want their generations to carry out that. They are not looking for immediate profit. We all know about the famous story about the original Mrs. Tata having sold her that particular diamond to pay off all the laborers. So all that I can say, and I'm sure many businessmen are hearing this, please look for profits after your business has stabilized and not the next day. We are manufacturing today from pencil to the LCA. Mark 1A, sir? Okay. I would like to know just one thing. Why is it still that we have not been able to produce a perfect pencil or a perfect LCA Mark II? Because it is something in our character. This character, somebody talked about terrorism and corruption. This character has to change first. The quality control will only come once corruption has been changed. Finished product. Thank you, sir. Just 1 minute. Now, we talk a lot about our software exports. Ladies and gentlemen, we have only one software to our name which we have originally produced. I hope there are some software people over here who can contradict me. There's only one software. Rest, what we are doing is just servicing the softwares produced by other nations. So let's be real. Let's become real about ourselves, what we are and what we need to do in future. Otherwise, to all my businessmen, industrialist friends, you start better cultivating underdeveloped nations in this world, underdeveloped nations, because the underdeveloped nations are also looking for better quality now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last but not least, we have one question left for Dr. Rohit Mathani, which I think he will come back to, but I'll request Mr. Poddar to limit his discussion to 10 minutes because we have exceeded our time by more than 40 minutes.
Thanks everyone for being so patient. I'll try and keep my remarks very, very short since we are very short on time. After such a comprehensive discussion by Dr. Mathani and General Roy, there's very little left for me to say really. So what I'll do is, I'll not repeat the detailed numbers which Dr. Mathani enlightened us with about our trade and current account deficit. I'll not get into a detailed discussion about geopolitics and geoeconomics, which General Roy was so kind enough to enlighten us with. What I'll do then is I'll just take off my Ceners-K hat and not, get into the research and academic part of it, and I'll put on my ICC hat. And I'll just share with you some personal experiences as a young entrepreneur and businessman in this country. And I'll share with you some personal views on this subject of trade and current account deficit. Just to set the stage, if someone were to ask you, and I'm asking you, the members of the audience, which is the best city in India? I'm sure most of you, unbiasedly will say, of course, it's Calcutta because you're all here. But there'll be a debate and some people will say it's Mumbai, some people will say it's Delhi, some people will say it's Dehradun. But there is a large section of people in India who will probably say the best city in India is Dubai. Because there's so many Indian people over there. And all the people who are doing imports and exports out of India, everybody has a subsidiary in Dubai. And Dubai, tiny little city-state, is one of the largest export, trade partners of India. Because it's a conduit. We discussed about logistics and connectivity and all of that. Dubai is a conduit. It's the funnel through which imports and exports, not only of cargo, but even people. I'm sure all of you have flown through Emirates or some other airline whenever you're traveling abroad. Why do we have to go through Dubai? But Dubai is right there. So this emphasizes the importance of trade and, current account deficit and all of that. Just the importance of having developed infrastructure and being able to directly, create linkages, which is an important part of trade. So, India is, of course, now it's become a very important country globally. Now whenever you travel anywhere in the world, I as a businessman, whenever I travel in the world, I get a lot of respect because I'm from India, because India is such a big economy, such a big country. Everybody wants a piece of the Indian economic action. Everybody is looking to invest in India. China, people have become a little wary of, especially after, the trade fights, etc., with the US. And apart from the US and apart from China, India is the largest market really in the world, and hugely growing, and everybody wants to be here. So it's a matter of great pride, and I think that's a tremendous transformation that we have all hoped for, in the last couple of decades. But I think it's there now, and you feel proud being an Indian. You're not looked down upon when you go out there. What's also happening is there's a tremendous amount of infrastructure and technological development happening in our country. Fits and starts, yes, of course. We live in a democracy, but it's going in the right direction. Infrastructure is becoming better and better. Technically, we are very well respected, and we are developing great technologies, to smoothen things out, which is improving our position, in the world. As we discuss about trade, current account deficits, briefly, I'll touch upon three important things which we might need to, think about. One is the impact of COVID, right? So let's quickly discuss what impact COVID has had. I think what COVID has done really is accelerated a few things which inevitably were bound to happen. We were going in a certain direction. COVID has compressed what would have happened in 4-5 years into 1 or 2 years. As far as consumer behavior is concerned, there's a couple of changes which one could assume is going to be permanent. A couple of changes which may not be permanent. All the home nesting, the fall in travel and tourism, one would expect these are all temporary. It's going to, quickly come back, and a lot of it already has come back. But the huge push towards increase in telecommunication usage, digital services, etc., all of that has been accelerated, and I believe permanently so. And I'm sure most of you will agree with all of that. The other thing is, COVID has highlighted the weaknesses of or the risks, not weaknesses, the risks associated with globalization. Everybody during COVID learned about the fragility of global supply chain systems, right? The supply chain systems were broken, goods could not move from one place to another. So, although we discussed with Mr. Dua in the previous session about how Atma Nirbharta means you got to select what you're best at, and you cannot be Atma Nirbhar in everything. But the things that you're not Atma Nirbhar in, COVID exposed that, in an exceptional situation like this, there are going to be some kind of risks. So a lot of companies around the world with global supply chain systems, and even countries, we talked about defense and all of that, are looking to minimize those risks. So how can we make the global supply chain systems more resilient? Maybe at the cost of efficiency, but that's something which a lot of people will think about and change their behaviors going forward. Globalization and free movement may not be taken for granted. The other thing, again, temporary, is speaking of global trade, one really important thing that's happened because of COVID is just the complete disruption of ocean shipping. Container costs, container freight costs right now are about 4 to 5 times of what it was pre-COVID. Dry Baltic index is more than double of what it was pre-COVID. And this cannot be explained only by fuel costs, because fuel costs hasn't gone up by that much, pre-COVID. This is explained, the data indicates, mostly because of lack of capacity. And especially as far as containers are concerned, the right number of containers are not there at the right place at the right time. A lot of things have to be aligned together. And this misalignments, which are inevitable in the time of COVID, because each country is facing COVID waves at different times. Right now, most of here are not wearing masks because we are not that afraid of COVID anymore. But China, Shanghai is under lockdown. And so, they're going through different things, and who knows what's going to happen in the future. So these are the inefficiencies, the out of sync, way in which the economies are going up and down, which creates these uncertainties, So people expect shipping costs and all that to normalize, but at the current rates and at the current level of volatility, a lot of small firms have not been able to bear it. Export dependent small companies, we talk about making India export, increasing exports, but small medium enterprises being the backbone of our country. A lot of export oriented small medium enterprises have gone bankrupt in the last couple of years. Why? Because the global supply chains were broken. They still are broken if you look at the shipping costs. So you cannot move things very far away because you will not be cost competitive if you buy it closer. So that's, some things for us to think about. Geopolitics, unforeseen events. Who knew that, Ukraine would be invaded? Sunflower oil and sunflower seed prices will go up because most of it comes from Ukraine. Global wheat, will get disrupted. Sanctions will be there all over the world and will come under criticism, at a time when, our population is basically dying from high petroleum costs. People are being crippled economically. We are being criticized for buying cheap Russian oil. I mean, purely from an economic standpoint, who knew all of these things would happen? So we talked about, Marshal Raha explained that, sanctions affect everybody, not just the person who's being sanctioned, but, it's a global pain which everyone has to bear through. And we talked about COVID disruptions. I mean, who knows, whether COVID has ended or not, whether there's going to be more waves, what impact will it going to be? Who knows? Whether something else will come, a new pandemic a couple of years down, who knows? So there's a lot of uncertainty, going forward. So businesses who have suffered through all of this in the last couple of years will definitely think about building risks and processes and systems so that they can be resilient, because not many companies, small companies went bankrupt, medium and big companies were managed to survive, some even managed to thrive, but multiple waves of all of this, nobody will be able to take. So people will, at the cost of sacrificing efficiency and all of that, people will, make some changes, I believe. Question is, what do we do about the future? What can India do, as a country? Professor Mehtani just talked about imports. The import package of India is largely not very compressible, meaning the things that we import, it's very hard to replace it. Most of it is petroleum. We spoke a lot about petroleum. I can tell you a few things about petroleum because I myself, own a petroleum company. We have some, onshore oil fields in KG Basin and Campe Basin, Dillon produce petroleum, small fields. It's a very, very difficult industry in India. And, again, one of the ways, what I'm trying to get at is, we talked about that India will have to become more Atma Nirbhar. We had a full session on that. We talked about the push by the government for Make in India. We are all aware of that related to Atma Nirbharta, etc. There are certain things which we have to change to make our domestic companies and domestic businesses stronger, mostly in terms of policy. Trade policy and all that is one thing, but I'll give you an example, of my experiences in the petroleum industry, right? The few people who exist in the petroleum industry in India, who do you think of? You think of Reliance, you think of ONGC, you think of all the big boys. I mean, I'm sure none of you can name a small petroleum company. There are a few, not too many. Many of them have gone bankrupt over the last couple of decades, but there's very few. If you look at the US, there are a couple of very large companies, Chevron, Exxon Mobil, etc. But in Texas, it's littered with tiny little SME companies. One well, two wells, they're producing gas, they're producing oil. All of them drop by drop are contributing to a mighty ocean, which has made America self-sufficient in energy. But in India, it's very difficult to do that. When I started the petroleum company a couple of years ago, when I moved back to India from the US, it was with this goal, India wants to become self-sufficient in energy. 80% of our energy is imported. Why not contribute to it? But our policies, are geared towards regulating large entities, especially, and, I don't debate the rationale of it, rightly so, we have burnt our fingers. There have been bad examples of, bad actors in industry, etc., who have tried to use connections and, crony capitalism, etc., to capture natural resources. It takes 3 to 4 years to get environmental clearances and mining lease approvals from state and central governments before you can even think about starting production. There are multiple meetings which will happen in different districts, which the district collectors have to call of all the villagers, and it's a very cumbersome process. The overheads in just getting approvals are so much that small projects are not viable. So it makes sense if you're Reliance and you're doing a 10,000 crore project, all this is nothing, it'll be peanuts, it'll get absorbed in cost escalation. But if you're doing a small project as a small company, I mean, it's crazy. 3 years of administrative overhead will kill the company. So one part of it is regulation and policy, towards, making smaller enterprises be able to contribute to this goal, right? The second thing is, again, infrastructure. We talk about government spending a lot of money on infrastructure, but infrastructure in India tends to, again, I'll give you an example of the petroleum industry. They are controlled by a couple of very, very large players. ONGC, GAIL, they own all the pipelines, they own everything. State-owned enterprises. There are a couple of very large infrastructure holding companies, Larsen and Toubro, etc., who own it. But for smaller SME companies, they have absolutely no negotiating power with these guys. If a small company is sitting across the table from ONGC, I mean, it's ONGC's way or the highway. It doesn't work, and the government, certain, secretaries, joint secretaries in the ministries might have the attitude that, yes, we want to promote small industry and we want to help these guys, to create an ecosystem. But, for a lot of these large PSUs, and we have a lot of people here who have been in PSU, they guard their turf very, very, they don't have any of these altruistic ambitions, they don't want to give birth to new competitors, small or large. So that ecosystem which is required, to be able to completely transform, the business landscape in India is missing. I would not say because of any initiative or lack of initiative of the government, for sure I've seen in the last couple of years, it's become much, much easier to do business. But generally there is something in the DNA of how regulation and policy is there in our country. I mean, as an example, I'll tell you, whenever policy is made in India, it is the starting point is from a perspective of low trust. The perspective is, how do I design policy? Because you assume that the guy at the other side of the table is trying to game the system, is trying to do something bad, he's trying to, profit at the expense of someone else or the public. And policy is designed like that. Which makes, it more bureaucratic, includes more red tape. You put some agency to verify certain things, you put someone else to verify whether that verification has happened properly. And that's how, how red tape is born in India. It happens not just in countries, it happens in companies also, right? All of you work in different companies. There are some companies which are high trust. They trust their employees. You tell them something, they'll do it. There are some companies which are low trust. You give instructions to your deputy to do something, then you tell someone, dekho, he's doing it or not. Then you tell someone, dekho, if he's looking at him properly or not. They all might be colluding together. So that just increases the transaction cost. So in India, we generally, because of our past experiences, we have had a lot of bad experiences with a lot of corruption scandals and all that. But that greatly increases the costs of doing business in India. I don't know how this DNA can get changed, but looking at it differently, I'll give you an example. When I was a student in the US, right, I wanted to close my bank account over there. I had a few $1,000s in my bank account, which I wanted to get a refund of. I went to the teller in the bank branch and I said, I want to close my account. She herself took out a check, signed it and gave it to me. And that's it, this money is yours. In India, if you were to take out 1 lakh or 2 lakh, from the bank, teller cannot sign anything. He'll say, I have to send it to my senior. Senior will go to some other senior. It'll go through the chain. Somebody will call you to verify whether you're a genuine person or not, or you're committing a big fraud. I mean, it just, the same thing which took 2 minutes will take a couple of days, maybe weeks. Again, costs of doing business, time, efficiency, all of that stuff. So those are few things which maybe we are going in the right direction. We will evolve over time. But those are some things that will need to change to be able to really transform India into a proper, investment destination. On the flip side of it, things definitely have become easier. We are moving in the right direction. Fast or slow, there's always room for growth and improvement. I'll give you an example. For one of our companies, we were raising some FDI from investors based out of the US. I was amazed at how simple the process really is. A lot of things which people had to do earlier, go to Netherlands, go to Mauritius, jump through multiple hoops, because, take approvals from so many different authorities in Delhi before making investments. It's become very, very easy. People sitting in the US can, within 5 minutes transaction, all they have to do is apply for a PAN card, apply for some more thing. It costs 10,000 rupees, $200. And it takes a few days. It's an online process, and they can immediately make an investment in an Indian company without any approvals from anyone. It's like buying a stock sitting in your house. Sitting in the US, you can do FDI like that in India, because most sectors are now open. And you can sell at any point, you can repatriate funds at any time, and long-term capital gains tax in India is lower than the US. So people are very happy to make that investment. I mean, I was amazed at how simple really it is. I was expecting that you'll have to hire reams of lawyers and send someone to Delhi to lobby this person and that person, please approve my file. None of that. So we definitely are moving in the right direction. There's always room for improvement. But those are some of my, experiences and, in terms of trade and, current account deficit and all of that. So I think, given the lack of import compressibility, as Dr. Mehtani put it, I think we'll have to develop our industry. As Dr. Mukherjee said, we have to, develop our agriculture. Again, that's a whole different discussion altogether on how that can be developed and the controversies and, the structural inefficiencies we have. would just like to end in a positive note. I think we are moving in the right direction. There's always frustrations. Every person in every country, if you speak to any entrepreneur, nobody will say that my country is perfect and everything is happening very, very well. There's always room for improvement. And as long as we can move it in the right direction, collaboratively, have your voice be heard, the system will change slowly. So that's what I'll leave it at, on a little bit of a positive note. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for this. I mean, we've come a whole circle. We've had insight into what's happening in the global scene. We have had the businessmen talking about the perspective of what needs to be done in the country. We've had very detailed insight from Professor Methani on why CAD deficits are increasing. I had a question for him. I think that will complete our discussion. Back to Professor Methani on how cryptocurrency is going to affect trade, or will it boost it?
See, if there is an assumption here that if cryptocurrency becomes an acceptable medium of transaction, then we can talk about its impact. Central bank, our Reserve Bank, has given indirect recognition to cryptocurrency, recognizing it as an asset. So therefore, it would be taxed as an asset. But cryptocurrency, is it a medium of transaction? Or is it just an asset at this stage? In fact, to be able to gauge its impact on the foreign exchange reserves, if you look at all the transactions of the current account and the capital account, all these transactions are covered by the Foreign Exchange Management Act of 1999-2000. They're all covered by Foreign Exchange Management Act. So till the time cryptocurrencies are legitimized as a medium of transaction, we cannot see the immediate impact. But if we have to point out to any particular transaction within the current account especially, it could be remittances, where we can see some impact immediately. As far as trade payments are concerned or cross-border investments are concerned, that may be too far-fetched at this stage. So the only impact it can have to some extent, and it depends on how much cryptocurrency would be acceptable. And therefore, Indians working abroad would want to remit in cryptocurrencies. That is the only thing I see. Otherwise, I don't see any other transaction in the capital account or in the current account where we can see the immediate impact of cryptocurrencies.
Thank you so much, Professor Methani. And now yes, you have a question.
Sir, I'll take not more than 45 seconds. Chair, sir, Podar sir. Your Dubai statement was fantastic. I agree with you 200%, being in Bombay for 6 years. The second, about the bank. Today I'm here after failing in my own Delhi bank to send 4,000 rupees to what you call electronic transaction or whatever, because repeatedly they wanted my KYC. I said, look here, yeah, this is the thing. I showed all the documents. No. I said, hell with you. So today I'm here. From here, I'm going to the bank.
Okay, it's been a long day. In fact, I'm sure you're looking at tea time and not lunchtime. We will ask the Secretary of Organization to propose the vote of thanks. But let me say on behalf of the panelists, we are delighted to be here. Calcutta Dialogue has always made a lot of sense for us, and we will persist with this kind of activity because after all, what is civilization other than exchange of ideas, minds, and with it comes values. So on that note, before we settle down for lunch,
Well, Brigadier, you're not proposing the vote of thanks? Okay, from ICC.
Thank you once again for a very engaging session throughout the day. May I request Dr. Mukherjee to kindly
Yes.
felicitate our panelists, Major General Roy.
Yes, yes. My pleasure.
And to Mr. Poddar. Thank you so much. Much thanks to Professor Mehtani for being there, sir, and addressing the forum virtually. Now, may I request Brigadier Mukherjee to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, as often happens in such seminars, there is much to say. And there is always that debate on things that have not been covered. Hence, we tend to overshoot. But I think sometimes it is worth it. And your patience has been really appreciated. You would all appreciate that due to the pandemic and the fatigue that had set in was instrumental in forcing organizations such as Ceners-K to opt for the Meet platform, have these hybrid platforms for conducting our deliberations and presentations. The pandemic is again on the rise, and therefore the crowd here is also, who are attending physically, is quite thin. But all of you brave hearts who are here today have really been an inspiration for us to conduct the event. Today's deliberations by the very eminent panel of speakers was really an eye-opener and brought out many facets of the state of our economy and what needs to be done post the pandemic and post the Galwan clashes. On behalf of all of you, I congratulate the panelists on their research rigor and scholarship while making their presentations. I feel privileged and honored to give the vote of thanks on behalf of all of you to the participating panelists, the attending delegates, the audience attending the meet on Zoom platform, to Dr. Suman Mukherjee, especially for conceptualizing and formatting the prestigious event. I also, on all your behalf, thank the ICC, who have, in spite of problems due to the pandemic, still partnered us to conduct this event. Thanks are also due to the IT cell of the ICC, which supported this entire event, and also conducting the event in such manner. I also feel that we need to mention the good work done by the administrative staff of the ICC and those who labored behind the scenes to conduct a very well organized event. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we will conclude this event, the Calcutta Dialogue. Hopefully, many of you will talk to your friends. We have this now recorded. It will be uploaded on YouTube, and they can see it for themselves at whatever time convenient to them. Thank you, and Jai Hind. We will now, of course, move out for lunch. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, just a word. We from the Ceners-K also, as a convention, give out a little memento to the first-time invitees who are not members of our organization for being on the panel. I would request Dr. Majumdar to please accept one of the tokens given by General Roy. And I would also request Mr. Obijit Bhattacharya to kindly step up to General Roy and please accept a memento from Ceners-K. Since Dr. Maitro is not here, we will leave the memento with the ICC and request that it be handed over to him when possible. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
The lunch is open for all of you to the left at the corridor. Lunch is being served there already.
Ladies and gentlemen, the lunch is laid just next to you on the corridor here. Including the panelists, we would request you all to now go out and commence. Thank you.